It's Week 12 of the National Football League, and all eyes are on Jamison Williams. He's one of the league's best, currently third in the NFL in receiving yards. It's the Tigers and the Blues on Thursday night primetime.
Now from the birthplace of the game itself, EA Sports so proud to join you from the Hall of Fame city of Canton, Ohio. Along with Charles Davis, Brandon Gaudin here. And Charles, we take a look at this Canton team as they get ready down on the field. They come in losers of 2 straight, so they're trying to right the ship here a little bit.
They're teetering a little bit, aren't they? And now things could really go south if they lose this game. So they understand the importance of playing well and stopping this streak.
Meanwhile, for our visiting Memphis Ball Club, they're hitting their stride of late. Winners of 3 of their last 4.
And the way they played last week defensively, you look at the tape, it looks like they had extra guys.
The final playoff push is upon us. It's Week 12 of the NFL season, and we're underway on EA Sports. Oh, a good return up past the 30. Past midfield. And he's out of bounds, but not before getting across the 50 to the 45. So now you've got their offense coming out for the first time with great initial field position. And they will be led out by their second-year quarterback.
And if you go by the numbers, he's had a Pro Bowl-type season. And maybe that's even selling him a little bit short. He's the NFL leader in touchdown passes to this point in the year. And with the end of the season not too far away, he's got his guys playing at a very high level.
And that's not the start that he was looking for, as he's going to be met and dropped behind the line. It'll go as a loss of a yard on the game's first play. Second down.
At the 45-yard line.
Now here's Young. And it's knocked away and incomplete. Kareem Hunt is running back, the intended receiver. And it's third down. But you look at this defense. They were very strong in that victory from a week ago.
And they needed to be, because that game was a game you don't see very often anymore. Low scoring, slugging it out in the trenches. One play can make the difference type of a game, and they got it done.
This will wind up a loss on the play, and that's going to bring up a 4th down.
To me, this is a case of if you're not getting the ball, you've got to do your job and block for the guy who is, because there really wasn't much there. And, boy, the defense took advantage with that loss.
And the defense, they were just locked in there on third. They had more guys than they could block. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. As we get a peek at their dynamic signal caller hailing from Mississippi State, it's Dak Prescott.
That was a solid performance last week, wasn't it? 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, ran the team well, won the ball game. Bottom line, may not have been earth-shattering, but it didn't need to be.
They run here with Rico Dowdle. And he stopped right at the 25 after a gain of 5.
Oh, that was a thing of beauty right there. Look at how quick those blockers fired off the line once the ball was snapped. That was an O-line on a mission, all in sync, and the defense is lucky that play only picked up 5 yards.
Short completion, just 4 yards. And now that sets up 3rd and 2. They'll come to the line, needing only 2 yards to gain the first here. Prescott from the gun on 3rd. And this is going to be incomplete.
That was their first 3rd down try of the game, and clearly something was off in the execution of that play. Good news, they've got a whole game left to clean that up and start clicking on those key 3rd down throws.
And he was called on 3 times in the win last week as his first one here's away. Call it 46 yards on the punt, just a single yard on the return as he was covered quickly. And it will be 1st and 10 as they take over. The home team's offense and their quarterback coming out for their second drive. And he's building his case for MVP consideration with each passing week. He's the NFL leader in touchdown passes as we move into the back half of the season. It's taken in by Quentin Johnston. And they're able to get this one across the 35. Line of scrimmage, the 37 on 1st and 10. Young off the play fake. In trouble, and he's taken down. Matthew Judon in there to take him down.
Okay, I'm not sure you could actually draw up a better pass rush than that one right there. Nowhere to go outside. He had to keep backing up and backing up and backing up. Eventually dropped for a huge loss.
Now then, after the sack, it'll be interesting to see what they have planned for 2nd and 23. Now Young. Short throw, it's Higbee. And he'll get this up past the 25 before he's out of bounds. Call it a gain of 3 on the play. And they're going to face an uphill battle here on 3rd and long. Young to throw it. They'll go screen here to Hunt. And he takes us beyond the 35 before going out of bounds. They'll get 11, but it'll still lead to a 4th down.
And that's a play that's not uncommon on 3rd and long because the offense is just hoping that somehow they can get a guy in space and follow some blockers downfield. Does a pretty nice job there getting a few yards, but he ends up getting stopped before he can get the 1st down.
And he couldn't get it to check up. That kicks all the way into the end zone for a touchback. Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their 2nd drive. They're riding a 2-game winning streak into this Thursday nighter. How easy is it when you're on a roll to stay on a roll given the quick turnaround?
Well, you would think it'd be pretty easy because everyone's locked in practice and meetings because everyone feels good about themselves. And for coaches, this is where they have to tell themselves, don't add too much. Don't worry about game plans as much as players. So look at your play sheet and think, give it to the guys who play best, and don't worry about the rest of it.
Now, during that run, an injury here. We got one of those big blockers in some discomfort. So as the medical staff takes a look, we'll step aside. They'll come up now 3rd and 9. Prescott to throw it. And that is incomplete.
That looks like it's going to be 2 empty possessions now to start this football game. I think they're going to have to sit down and talk about what worked for them last week in their win. Sometimes you over-game plan, overthink things, get back to what works.
And a fair catch called for and made just inside the 35-yard line. So possession goes over here on the punt. And they will take over 1st and 10. They come up with exactly 1 minute to go in this 1st quarter. To begin the drive, here's a handoff to Hunt. And he'll be taken down right around the 34 after a pickup of only a yard. From the 34-yard line, here's a 2nd down and 9. Here's Young. Trying to get it to Williams, but it's intercepted. He may go. And he will take this one home. It's a touchdown. So, Charles, our first points of the game provided defensively. What a play that was.
And I can only imagine that the folks at home watching are thinking to themselves, that's one of those plays where once the ball leaves the quarterback's hands, you just sort of go, uh-oh, and wait for the result. This time, the defense benefited.
Justin Tucker for the extra point. He hasn't missed an extra point all season, and he won't miss this one either, and it's 7-0. So the defense creating some points, not only getting the interception, but then returning it to the end zone for the pick 6. So they'll get another shot on offense following that pick 6, and now the kick is away. And out a little across the 25 to the 27. The Canton offense takes over once again. And they are back down to the 500 mark after 2 straight losses. And, Charles, this is a team that, to be frank, their play has really dropped off the last couple of weeks.
And, Brandon, I think there's a sense around the building that they can't let this losing streak get any worse than it is. Because if they were to lose here and fall below 500, then you're playing catch-up the rest of the way. They've got to take a stand and make it stop right now.
After 7-0 on EA Sports. Second quarter now, and it's our home team with possession as they've got a 2nd and 8 forthcoming. The play fake. Now Young. His throw incomplete.
Quarterbacks work all the time on manipulating the defense with their eyes and their head movement. In this case, he just stared the receiver down. That allowed for excellent coverage, able to knock that one away.
Looking to throw, Young. Short throw, it's Higbee. And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. Got what they needed there. The drive continues with a 9-yard pickup.
When an offense reads blitz, doesn't matter where it's coming from, tight ends know that they become a big part of the passing game because they should be an easy outlet when all those extra bodies are trying to get to the quarterback. A hot route, so to speak.
On first down, they'll run with Hunt. And he still has yet to get on track in this first half as they're going to stop him behind the line. It was Matt Judon that time who worked his way in to blow that play up. Now they contend with a 2nd and 12 after the loss. They run again with Hunt. The strong running. And he puts his head down and gets up to the 42 for a gain of about 6.
On a 2nd and long, it's really nice to see an offense that has enough confidence to run the football in that situation. I think that goes back to their practice and game planning. They've seen things that they've seen on tape and in previous games that led them to believe that even in a long-distance situation, they can still run the football and gain enough yardage to put themselves in a good spot on 3rd down.
2 first downs have them up near midfield now on 1st and 10. Handoff up the middle, Hunt. And a good run here as he'll rumble all the way down to the 40-yard line. Give him 11 yards that time and a new set of downs. This offense finding its legs now. Here's another 1st and 10. Hunt will try going up the middle to the 36-yard line. Stop there.
I feel like I could see what he was thinking on that carry. Wanted to follow that big tackle through the hole. Ended up only getting 4 yards on the carry. I think he had designs on that one being bigger.
On the toss to Charbonnet. He'll be brought down on the 30-yard line after a gain of 6.
I know the toss play begins with the guy taking the snap and turn around and tossing it to the runner. But where the real intrigue is, can they seal the edge, whether it's an offensive tackle or a tight end in the direction they want to run the football? If they do that, that's the result that you get, that type of a gain. If they don't, oftentimes it's not a very successful play.
Nice job there defensively to clamp down because really they've been on their heels this drive.
Agreed, and they really needed that one for confidence, just to feel a little bit better. But I don't know if I would be daunted by them stopping me on one run. This drive has gone pretty well. I could come right back at them.
Eluding the pressure, and he's brought down. Can't do anything with a football. It's a sack and a turnover on downs. Coming up at the half, a reminder, we go back to Orlando to check in with Jonathan Coachman. He'll have a look back at our first half as well as a look ahead to what's coming up later this weekend. Now throw right side here, going to be incomplete.
So much of this game is about leverage. We always talk about low man wins in the trenches. Well, it's like that at just about every position. And sometimes, if you lose that leverage and you're losing the battle, just jump up at the line of scrimmage and try and bat the ball away. And that's exactly what happened there.
It'll go as a loss of a yard, so now they deal with 3rd and 11.
We'll put that one in the win column for the defense. Trying to contain tight ends in the passing game is so difficult nowadays, but they did in a big way there.
A hit as he throws there, incomplete. Problems on 3rd down so far in this first half. Relatively small sample size, but they're now 0 for 3.
And the average in the league, somewhere around 40% on 3rd down for offenses. So what's the answer to this? Either convert them or don't get to 3rd down in the first place. Get your big chunks of yards on 1st and 2nd down.
So just a 3-yard return following a punt of 45. And out will come the offense as they take over. The home team's offense and their running back getting set to go once more. We take a look at the league leaders in receiving touchdowns out of the backfield. His numbers are superior to the rest of his peers at this point in the season. Now Young. And that one drops down, incomplete. Good coverage there, forced the ball free, and it's 2nd down.
brings up 2nd and 10 at the 22-yard line.
Young. That throw taken in by Jamison Williams. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll talk it over here before what will be an important 3rd down. Young. And incomplete. He had nowhere to throw, so he just tossed it away. But that brings up 4th.
Not many boos just yet from this home crowd, but they may be starting soon as I'm starting to detect an uneasy murmur through this crowd. This offense, they've been lifeless in this first half. And now here's another punting situation and a 4th down.
It's a 45-yard punt, 6 yards on the return. Back out comes this offense now late in this first half. And just inside of a minute left, Charles. They got a pretty long field ahead of them. I'm curious to see how they play this, but you would think definitely enough time to at least try to get 3 out of this.
Yeah, you want to move with a nice sense of pace. You want to up the tempo a little bit, but you have to deal with some poise as well. You don't want to go so fast that you hurry yourself into mistakes. There's enough time to put points on the board if they do it right.
And even though they have the lead, you know that they would love to extend this lead before heading to the locker room. So after the sack, a scenario you certainly don't work on too often. 2nd and 24. They don't want to repeat a first down. They'll keep it on the ground. And obviously not fooling anybody here as they stop him behind the line of scrimmage. Now 3rd down and very long. Once again, they'll keep it on the ground. And they'll indeed stop him on 3rd down. And now what do you want to do with your timeouts? On 4th down, A.J. Cole comes on to punt. So a change of possession here on the punt. And there'll be time for maybe one final play before halftime. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. And from this spot in the field with the clock where it's at, you think we're just going to see a knee and that's it?
And I think in this situation, that's the proper play. But we do know there's some risk takers out there that may want to take one more shot before the clock runs out.
So they will take the sack instead of the penalty.
And it takes another down off the series. But the biggest one of all, do you want to tell the guy who just got the sack that it no longer counts?
No.
No, not at all.
All right, Brandon, thanks very much. We'll get back to you and Charles in a minute. But first, time to give the folks at home a look at what's going on around the NFL. Some great games still to come. And I think we highlighted one of the better ones right there, as that promises to be a tight one. Plenty to like about the late afternoon games as well. As you see by the highlight, these guys are in for a battle, taking on what should be a very tough opponent. And then lastly, on Sunday Night Football, those fans will be riled up as it'll be a good matchup between their guys and what equates to be a very tough opponent. This has been a hard-fought battle thus far. Just the one touchdown to this point is still anybody's game at 7-0, as both of these defenses have been out there trying to one-up one another.
Just the one touchdown in that first half. 7-0 our score as we get going in quarter number 3. And able to take it past the 25 and up to the 28-yard line. This offense ready to go to begin this third quarter. And both of these defenses have been stifling these last few drives offensively. Just not able to get anything going. So what needs to change?
I think a lot of the guys will go back and review, so to speak, because everyone has someone assigned to how did each play work. Okay, what did we use that kind of worked for us during this game? Try and get back to some of those plays, as well as the possibility of showing something you haven't shown already in this game and trying to change things up.
We'll see if they take the advice of Mr. Davis. Looking to throw. Prescott. That's complete. It's Rashad Bateman. And to the 36-yard line, taken down there after getting 8 yards. They'll try to get it on the ground with Madison. And he will have first down yardage as he's brought down at the 41. They're able to convert with a gain of 4.
That's quite a spot there for his first carry of the game, but obviously they had plenty of faith in him, didn't they?
No question about it. And here, why not go with the fresh legs? Able to push forward, pick up that first. On the run, it's Dowdle. And he'll be pretty well stopped in his tracks. Give him a yard up to the 42. From the 42-yard line, here's the 2nd and 9. Throwing, Prescott. Sharks got it, left side. The result, only 4 yards there on the play. And that's going to bring up a 3rd down. In search of 4 yards here to pick up the first down. Now Prescott. Short throw caught by the tight end Oliver. And he's got the first down yardage there as he takes it just across midfield. They get 5 out of that one, and it moves the chains. To throw is Prescott. And that's going to be incomplete. Too tough to hold on to that one. It's 2nd down. Prescott now. Got his man complete over the middle. That's Rice. They get 7 out of that, so they're left with a 3rd and 3. They'll throw again. Prescott. And that is incomplete. But the pressure there on 3rd down, forcing the errant pass. 4th down coming up.
They converted twice on 3rd down that drive already, but couldn't make it a 3rd. We always talk about in-game adjustments. How about what the defense did there, able to shut them down on that attempt?
Tucker's kick is good, and that will extend their lead even further. Well, they picked up right where they left off in the first half. First drive after the break, they come away with 3 and increase that lead.
Yeah, and you just want to keep building on that lead, don't you? Whether it's 6 points or 3 points, take everything you can get, keep maneuvering, keep adding to it, keep making it difficult for them to come back.
The home team's offense and their wide receiver getting set for this next possession. And he's very much alive in the race for most receiving yards by a wideout this year. Currently ranked 2nd in the NFL at this point in the season. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. And their deficit a little wider now than it was at halftime following the field goal a moment ago.
But the goal is still the same because you know they want to come out, establish a rhythm in the second half, and get going. Make no mistake about it, though. Kicking field goals, not in their game plan. They need to get the ball in the end zone.
They go play action. Young. That's complete to Michael Wilson. 9 yards to pick up there, and it's a first down. To throw, Young. Got his man, it's Williams. That'll go for a gain of 7, and it's 2nd down.
He decided to run a hitch route. It really helps to have a guy who can turn it loose. And, boy, he rifled one in there on that one. Not much run after catch, but it worked really well.
Young to throw it. Short throw, it's Higbee. It'll be a pickup of 4, good enough to earn him yet another first down. It'll be Young again. Open man is Higbee, the tight end. They'll wind up getting 7 on the play, and that will bring up 2nd down.
Brings up 2nd and 3 at the 39-yard line.
And they'll give to Hunt here on the option. And he will maybe get back to the line of scrimmage, but that's it. And that's also all for this 3rd quarter of play. 1 quarter remains here in this Thursday night matchup. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL, and it's on EA Sports. Back now in the home of the Pro Football Hall of Fame, Canton, Ohio. The offense on 3rd down tonight, they've converted just 2 for 6 thus far. This time it's 3rd and 3. Throwing, Young. That is caught. And he's got this down almost to the 20 before he's dropped. 18 yards, a big pickup there on third down. And in a two-score game, obviously, every play, every third down, like we saw there, magnified, big pickup.
It was a huge pickup. What they really want, though, is to not even get to third down. They've got to maximize time and conserve as much as possible.
Here's a handoff to Hunt running left. And he's going to get this one down inside the 15. It's a 7-yard carry to set them up with a 2nd and 3.
Brings up 2nd and 3.
Here's Young from the shotgun. And it's caught. Touchdown. Tyler Higbee. His 3rd touchdown now on the year. And the Tigers have made it a one-score game again here in the 4th. Well, time to let those folks know who are tuning in looking for the late local news. And we may be a moment because we've got a game again.
And partner, except for those on the West Coast where it'll be seen in its regular time, right? That's the way it works, doesn't it? But how about that? Big-time drive right there. If they're going to have any chance, they needed a touchdown there, and they went right down the field and worked their way into the end zone.
Extra point up and good by Dicker. And now things get a bit more interesting here in this 4th quarter. Now after the Dicker field goal, he's back out ready to send it away. And he's up across the 25 and down at the 28. Here's Memphis to once again go on offense. That last touchdown has made this really tight. They're clinging now to this slim lead. Second half, they only have a field goal. This offense needs to kick it into gear.
And right now, I'm looking directly at the field general, at the quarterback, because to me, he's got to take over right now. By word, pumping his team up, and then, of course, by deed with his play. My high school coach used to say that all the time. Laddie, take over by word and deed.
And deed means action.
Exactly.
Prescott. Toward the sideline, and look at that catch. Dragging the toes, and that's going to be a first down. Well done. 17 yards on the pickup there, and the drive will continue.
And these guys certainly are not hiding what their intention is. They're absolutely showing it. They're definitely not going to sit on this lead here in the 4th quarter.
Both teams working on short rest, but this has been one of the better Thursday night games we've seen as they come up here on 1st and 10. First man through, it's the fullback Juszczyk. And he'll fight his way forward to about the 48-yard line. It was DJ Jones who was there for the tackle. From the 48-yard line, here's 2nd down at 7. They run here with Dowdle. And they get to him after a gain of 6 to the 46.
All right, that's a decent game there, but it hasn't been his best game overall. So I wonder what the mindset is of his team. Do they want him to handle the football and try and close this game out? Or are they going to make an alternative plan and maybe go in a different direction?
I think they need him, and this is his time to shine. It's a pickup of 6.
Now that's a big pickup right there, and so often we focus on how the quarterback's faking out play action. How about everyone being in on the deal and picking it up?
Second, third levels, you could see them trying to recover. They bit. Worked out offensively. Credit him with a 1-yard gain there to make it 2nd and 9. Now Prescott. Short throw caught by the tight end Oliver. And they'll wind up getting this one all the way down inside the 20. This is something you got to be wary of defensively. I mean, just because they're in the mode of trying to burn some clock doesn't mean they won't pass it, and they got good yardage out of that one.
Yeah, and really, when you're looking at it, now they've got a fresh set of downs. Look for 2nd down. If they want to take another shot and try and loosen things up, that'd be the time to do it.
3 points separating these two sides with 2 minutes left to go in the 4th. And not totally home free yet, but it's looking good as they come up 1st and 10. They'll fake it on the jet sweep, and instead a handoff up the middle. Now the defense going to use the first of their timeouts. That'll leave him with 2 remaining. We'll be back after this. Got to figure the rush is going to be fierce again as they come up 2nd and 13. He's going to get it again. Just looking to get forward and protect the ball. And whistles, and we're going to have another stoppage of play as they call the timeout on defense with 1:53 left. They'll need 5 on this play to move the sticks. Now Prescott. He's got his target. That's complete. And he is going to have a first down here. And that should be the one that seals a victory. And they take a knee. This drive's taken more than 3 minutes off the clock already as they come up on 2nd down. Dowdle trying to get to the goal line, but he's going to be stopped just short at the 1.
I like that run right there, partner. Not the flashiest run, not the one that's going to break for big yardage, but he understands the situation, and taking care of the football, paramount, and he got it done.
Nursing that slim lead, you're exactly right. Hold on to that ball.
I don't know about you, partner, but watching them take the knee there and finish this one off, I feel like I'm going to be sore tomorrow. This was one bruising affair. Low scoring, but my kind of football.
Not a work of art, but maybe in your world, a little bit of a work of art. You like the defensive side.
I thought it was pretty. I can't help myself. I thought it was pretty.
And it ends in a kneel down as the clock rolls down to zeros. And no run back forthcoming, so this will come out to the 30. This is 1st and 10. One last shot for Young. Under pressure, and down he goes. And a fun, close ball game comes to an end. On that last play, Charles, they were on the wrong side of midfield. They needed something near a miracle, and they couldn't get it done.
Yeah, the effort, that was good. Very good, in fact. They were just a little too far out to get a decent look at the end zone for that last opportunity. Couldn't get it done, but a nice game overall.
So for Memphis, they keep pace in the playoff race as they move to 8-3 on the year. And they'll get a few extra days to get ready for next week. Meanwhile, for Canton, it's starting to look like it won't be their year as they drop to 5-6. And they will try to get back in the swing of things next week on the road. I'm Brandon Gaudin. Certainly have to thank Charles Davis, my broadcast partner, and our entire crew. We'll catch you next time right here. It's the NFL on EA Sports.
It's the NFL on EA Sports. And if it's in the game, it's in the game. It's the Huskies and the Riverhawks. Next on Madden Football.
Welcome in, everyone, to this presentation of the National Football League on EA Sports. Good to be with you. Mike Tirico, Greg Olson here in the booth. Greg, we got a couple of teams who love to throw the football, and you know how guys say, hey, we're not going against the other offense. We're going against the other team's defense. Greg, these star wide receivers, you know they're watching what the other guy does on the field here today.
Oh, in their minds, there's no question. They are competing against one another, and I think that's what makes this league so fun is when these guys, they know each other, they study each other, they work together in the off seasons. A lot of times they're friends, but come game.
So pleased to have you along. This should be a good one. We're set, and off we go here on EA Sports. A good return as he takes it across the 30. This crowd ready in anticipation. Their offense taking the field for the first time. They'll be led out by the veteran from Western Kentucky. It's Mike White.
They find themselves coming off a win last week that came right down to the end, and the best teams in the NFL, Mike, they can win close games, and they can win different style games. You're not going to blow people out consistently in the NFL. The league is just too good and has too much parity. But the teams that are the best in one-score games, they're often the ones finding themselves in the best position come playoff time.
Back to throw. White. Crushed. It's incomplete. He did get the pass off, but he got drilled before he let it go. 3rd and 6.
6 yards to go.
Now White. Oh, intercepted. What a bad start on the 3rd play. Picked off by the linebacker, Terrell Bernard.
So anytime a team suffers an early setback like that interception, human instinct says, Mike, we need to get away from our game plan. We need to adjust. I don't think that's the case. There's a lot of game left, a lot of chances to avenge that play and still connect downfield on some of these passes. All proven, though, Mike, they've got to identify what went wrong, let's correct it so we're able to move forward.
So the visitors ready to go on offense here for the first time. And there is the guy at the top of the game, Patrick Mahomes, their quarterback.
He's coming off one of those games, Mike, where he just wasn't good enough. I mean, he wasn't bad by any stretch of the imagination. He was good at times. He just wasn't good enough times. And I think when you're playing the quarterback position and all of the focus is on you, your play has such a direct correlation between wins and losses that when you don't play your best, the magnifying glass is on you. So he needs to bounce back this week. He needs to be more productive in the passing game, generate more big plays, and then eliminate the turnovers. He cannot continue to throw the ball to the other team.
And they bring him down inside the 25-yard line.
These crossing concepts are frequently used, Mike, throughout the entire game, all across the league. And what it does is it creates a lot of natural rubs. You run out the backside of the defense and rely heavily on the yards after the catch. And exactly
to the end zone, it's intercepted. Picked off by Kendall Fuller.
when you find yourself in this situation, you're on defense, you're defending your own goal line. You got to take some chances. You got to try to force a turnover and make a play and get off the field. That's exactly what this defender did. Takes a chance, bets on himself, and comes away with a pick to save them some points.
The Riverhogs offense going to take over now for the second time. They'll search for the first points of this game as they begin the drive on 1st and 10. Here's White. It is brought in by Josh Reynolds. He's going to be marked down up around the 33. 1st and 10. White. He'll find Montgomery out of the backfield. And he's down on the other side of midfield. Mark him at the 48-yard line.
They've done a nice job spreading the ball around. Make the defense have to account for as many different weapons as possible here early. I think back to our conversation with this coaching staff, Mike. They identified this guy as someone they needed to get involved early and often, so that might be his first target. I don't think it's going to be his last.
They'll try again here. 2nd and 10. They run out of the gun with Montgomery. And he'll be stacked up at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. Now, following the run, one of the offensive linemen leading the way is a bit shaken up. Here's a 3rd and 10. To throw is White. This one complete to Sutton. And he's going to be taken down short of the marker. And that is going to set up an interesting 4th down decision. Out comes Riley Patterson to try the field goal. This will be from 56 yards away. And he pushed it. No good. That is wide to the right. And this will remain a scoreless ball game.
And this is the danger of trying these long field goals. Remember, Mike, if you miss, the other team gets the ball at the spot of the kick. So it's going to end up setting them up for great field position as they start this next drive.
A 1st down throw for Mahomes. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be 2nd down. They'll run. It's Edwards-Helaire. He'll work this ahead for 2, maybe 3. Devin Lloyd, the linebacker, there to stop. Here's 3rd and 7. From the shotgun, it's Mahomes. He's got his man. Complete to Wilson. It'll be a pickup of 10. That's enough for a 1st down.
And an Anchorage 1st down.
They send Freiermuth, the tight end, in motion. On play action, it's Mahomes. And he got rid of that one quickly before the receiver even knew what was going on. That's incomplete. We'll try again. It's 2nd and 10. Out of the gun, here's Mahomes. He'll find his big target. Had Freiermuth. It's a gain of 12 there. And that will be a 1st down. Right back to the air for Mahomes. To the outside, complete to Johnson.
This may look like a simple connection, Mike, just pitch and catch, but I can promise you the amount of time these two guys have spent together on the practice field, in the meeting rooms, just getting on the same page, seeing the game through the same set of eyes, it makes what's pretty difficult seem a lot easier.
And he will work his way to the 11-yard line. Good running and a 1st down.
An 8-yard pickup. And an Anchorage 1st down.
Each quarterback picked off in that turnover-filled 1st quarter. What will the 2nd quarter have in store? And EA Sports NFL Sunday returns after this. They can still get a 1st down at the 1. 1st and 10, they go from the 11. That's quickly to Freiermuth on the RPO. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5. Here's Edwards-Helaire. And that won't get a whole lot. Maybe a yard. That's it. third and short. Here's Patrick. And he's in. Garrett Wilson. Touchdown Huskies. It's his third touchdown on the year.
And this is what good offenses in the NFL do, Mike. It's the ability to bounce back, even if the onset of the game doesn't go exactly according to plan. Everybody wants to take their opening possession and go down there and come away with a touchdown. But it's not always going to be perfect. You turn it over on possession one. What are you going to do in response on possession two? Well, we just got our answer, and they took it down for 6.
So 7-0 the score, and set now for the dynamic kickoff. This taken at the 5. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. The Riverhogs offense ready to take over once again. They'll be hoping to match that touchdown from a moment ago. 7-0 our score as this drive begins with a first down. Here's White to throw. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be second down. Throwing is White. Oh, he pumps up the football. And this is taken in by the defense. Well, the ball comes out, and the scramble for it, it ends up becoming a turnover, and the offense walks off the field disappointed with that fumble.
Mike, when you look at a stat sheet at the end of the game and you want to determine which team wins and which team loses, at the top of the list is ball security. Which team does a better job protecting it and which team does a better job taking it away.
A fresh set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. They put Wilson in motion. On first down, it's Mahomes. Gonna get that complete. Jacoby Myers. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on first down. They'll come up now for second down and 4. A run with Edwards-Helaire. And he will keep the drive moving. Gets the first down. Nice gain of 5.
First and goal at the 7-yard line.
They send Freiermuth, the tight end, in motion. Play fake. Now it's Mahomes. Oh, no chance to get rid of that ball. Under a heavy rush, he goes down.
Field goals and takeaways. That's the 2 goals anytime a defense finds themselves in a goal-to-go situation. Now after that first down sack, I think the odds are a little bit more in their favor. Can they hold up here on second and third down? And if they can make the offense settle for 3, man, that's a huge win for this defense.
First down was not very good. Here's second and goal. They send Freiermuth, the tight end, in motion. Mahomes now on second down. That's caught over the middle by Johnson. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. Good job so far by the defense protecting the short field. Now it's third and goal. Throwing from the gun. Here's Patrick. And he will fight his way to the end zone. Patrick Mahomes. Touchdown Huskies. That is second touchdown of the afternoon. So the turnover turns into a quick touchdown, and Greg, that's exactly how you want your offense to take care of business.
Anytime your defense can create those sudden change situations, Mike, absolutely, you have to take advantage of it. 1 second, you're sitting on the bench going over your next drive. All of a sudden, after that turnover, you've got to be able to get out on the field and go. Take advantage of the short field, and results in a nice touchdown.
He'll be taken down right at the 29-yard line. The Riverhogs offense getting things in order as they trot out for this next possession. They're staring at a 2-touchdown deficit, 14-0 the score. as the offense tries to regroup and get going with 1st and 10. He's got his big target. That's Isaiah Likely. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a 1st down completion of 7 yards. They'll look to throw. That's complete to the veteran, Nelson Aguilar. And he's down inside the 40-yard line.
This is a great example, Mike, of just how effective it is when you're efficient on early downs throwing the ball. I mean, when you can pick up 1st downs without getting to 3rd down, as the game unfolds, things just get easier and easier. Take what the defense is giving you. Don't force the ball downfield. But when you can stay ahead of the chains without having to get to 3rd and have it plays, that's when an offense is really firing.
Now they'll set up to throw. Nowhere to get away, and he's going to go down. So after the loss on 1st, here's 2nd and 14. He'll look underneath here for Montgomery. 3rd and long. Back to throw. White. Nowhere to go. He's going to be taken down.
It's just so hard to get anything going when you're just not confident running your own system. And all these early sacks, yes, they kill drives, but think what it does to the quarterback. The quarterback just can't be confident operating out of the pocket. There's no rhythm, there's no timing, and everything you planned on doing today coming in is out the window.
The Huskies offense going to see what they can do in the final minute of this 1st half. They'll have a long field ahead of them as they start 1st and 10. Now Mahomes. To the left side, it is caught by Myers. Now this offense going to use the 1st of their timeouts, as they'll stop it just a little bit over 30 seconds to go in this 1st half. Mahomes looking to throw on 2nd down. That's over the middle and taken in by Freiermuth. And they'll whistle him down, but not before he picks up a 1st down after a gain of 7. To throw is Mahomes. He'll go right back to Freiermuth. He's close to a 1st down. It's a gain of 9. Nice pitch and catch on 1st down.
And this is where the versatility of the tight end position really starts coming into play. Not only do they have to line up with their hand on the ground, but they can occasionally split out in the slot. And man, they're too fast for linebackers, and a lot of times they're too big for defensive backs.
And he'll be taken down after a gain of 3, but that is good enough for a 1st down. So we come to halftime in this 2-touchdown game. As we send you to Orlando, we'll check in with the coach. Jonathan Coachman has the EA Sports halftime report.
All right, Michael, we'll get back to you and Greg in just a little bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. The highlights are fairly one-sided to this point. It's a 2-touchdown difference here at the break, but I wouldn't call this one over just yet. I think there could still be some fireworks yet to come.
All right, Coach, 2nd half, drawing near. Glad to have you back with us here on EA Sports. He fields it at the 8. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The Huskies offense ready to get going again. They'll have it 1st in this 3rd quarter. The lead is a couple of touchdowns as this drive kicks off 1st and 10. Off the play fake, here's Mahomes. That's taken in by Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
All right, so there's really three areas that a modern NFL running back has to excel in. Number one, the traditional handoffs. Number two, you have to be excellent and reliable in pass protection. And maybe bigger than all of them, you have to be at least serviceable out of the backfield in the passing game.
Catch made, right side. It's Johnson. And that'll go for a gain of 7. And it's going to set up third down. A run. Edwards-Helaire. It's a gain of 10 yards. That's enough for a first down.
You can see the trust they have in this running back and the offensive line. You're facing a 3-and-out. You're trying to extend this drive, turn around, hand it to the guy behind you, and let him do the rest.
A throw right side is intercepted. Picked off by Kendall Fuller. And he's going to set up his guys with great field position. A huge chance to cut into the deficit.
So we saw in the first half, like, they were willing to take some risks. It allowed them to build this halftime lead. Now the opposing sideline, they're looking to fight back. They're looking to cut that lead down. That's what that coverage seemed. It looked like they baited that quarterback to force that errant throw and lead to that turnover. Now it's their offense coming back on the field with a chance to cut this deficit.
Now a 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. He'll start this drive by keeping it himself. And nothing doing on that one. He'll go down behind the line.
Well, they try to get the run game started here early on this drive, Mike, and they're just going to have to do a better job up front. There's really nowhere for this ball carrier to go. You never want to lose yards on first down, but that's exactly the case here.
And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing third down.
Third down and 12 yards to go.
To throw is White. And on third down, that ball incomplete.
Well, that's 2 straight plays now where this secondary has won their matchup, and right now the offense needs to find some plays that just call for easy completions. Get your wide receivers in space. Allow them to run after the catch, because right now these downfield passes, the defense is all over them. At this point, Mike, you have to ask, I mean, what else could go wrong for this group? I mean, they're just trying to get something going, get some points on the board, and even that doesn't work out.
The Huskies offense ready to get back to work. They'll begin with terrific starting field position. It gets going with 1st and 10. From the shotgun, it's Mahomes. There's a short one caught by Freiermuth.
So the hope is when you call these underneath drag routes, you're trying to have your tight end come out the backside of the defense in space. So when you put the ball on him early, it leads to big yards after the catch. In this case, they don't get the real big play they were hoping for, but they'll definitely take it.
On 2nd down, Mahomes. Looking middle, and he's got Myers. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. So they come to the line for 1st down and 10. To throw is Mahomes. This throw taken in by Hurst. And they bring him down inside the 25-yard line.
Every once in a while, it just comes down to you need somebody in the huddle to just make a play. And it wasn't a whole lot fancy here. The quarterback just dumps the ball down, a quick underneath completion, and then really it's the yards after catch that did the rest. And that's what it takes. You're not always going to have the perfect play. You're not always going to dial up the perfect play against the perfect look. Sometimes players need to make plays, and that was a good one there.
This is caught at the 2. And he'll take it on in. Garrett Wilson. Touchdown, Huskies. That's his 2nd touchdown of the game. He's doubled his season output. He now has 4. Greg, nothing changed at halftime. They come right out to start this third quarter and pick up where they left off.
Well, I think this defensive coordinator is going to think back to his halftime speech, Mike, because whatever adjustments he thought they made, it obviously didn't resonate. What we saw happen in the first half, they picked right back up here to start the third quarter, and at this point, the offense has hit its stride, and they continue to pull away.
Riverhawks, nothing.
The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. To return it, here's Raheem Mostert. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start. The home team's offense ready to see what they can do with this next possession. And look, they've been out of sorts throughout, Greg. They haven't had any answer for this pass rush all game.
Yeah, and it's really showing up in the sacks and also just in their ability to prevent any yards, any completions. This has just been a dominant pass defense performance here, and everything starts with the rush. The quarterback's uncomfortable. The clock gets sped up. He's got guys in his face. It's a lot easier to play defensive back and in some of these coverage units when you know that ball's got to come out fast. And right now, they're teeing off and taking advantage of it.
At the 29-yard line.
Here's White. This one complete to Sutton. And he's going to be dropped after a pickup of about 5. Backfield empties. 5 receivers in the formation for third down and 5. Now White. Coming open, that's the tight end likely. 11 yards on the connection there, and that will be a first down.
First down.
White from the pistol. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Nice example there, Mike, of the quarterback just being smart with the ball, understanding it didn't quite develop the way he had intended. Throw that ball out of harm's way, live to play another down.
And that one knocked away. It's incomplete.
I think the biggest issue and why they find themselves trailing in this game, Mike, has really just been the ups and downs of this passing game. At sometimes, he's highly accurate and efficient, but at others,
White loses the football. And the defense has it. In the pocket, looking to throw the ball, but the defense was looking right at the ball. They knock it away and come up with the turnover.
Mike, we see so often a quarterback is so focused, keeping his eyes down the field, looking for one of his receivers to work himself free, that they lose track of where the defenders are. And I think that's exactly what happened here. The defender closed on him quicker than he might have thought, knocks the ball loose, creating the takeaway.
1st and 10 for Mahomes. He's going to run it. So we are through 3. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. So they move inside the 20, 1st and 10 at the 18. The motion man is Johnson. Quick throw here is complete. And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple. They'll come up on a 2nd down and 8. Throwing from the gun. Here's Patrick. Right back to Johnson. He's got it again. And this drive's going to continue. He's taken down, but they are set up with 1st and goal. Throwing is Mahomes. That is caught by the tight end. Pat Fryermuth. Touchdown Huskies. And that touchdown probably, Greg, ends any small hopes of a comeback on the other side.
Yeah, and I think those chances, Mike, were small to begin with, but with that last score, I think this one is pretty much over.
Now it's McManus for the point after. His kick is good. And the Huskies are able to extend the advantage to 28-0.
Riverhawks, nothing.
Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. A safe kick taken at the 5. And a solid run back there. He'll get this out past the 30-yard line. The home team's offense getting their final instructions before heading back onto the field. Things not looking good. But see if they get the turnaround going here. They'll start this drive with first down. And he's not going to get too far, tackled after a gain of just a yard.
Brings up 2nd and 9 at the 32-yard line.
Here's 2nd and 9. Throwing is White. And this offensive line just has no answers right now. It's another sack.
If they win this game, this pass rush is going to be a big reason why. The 5 sacks speak for itself, but their ability to disrupt the timing of this offense, that can't be overstated.
Work to do following the sack. It is 3rd and long. White. And that is incomplete.
This has really been the story of this entire game, Mike. I mean, this pass rush has had the advantage over the offense pretty much from the jump, and they've already recorded a couple of sacks, a handful of close calls, and it's the pressure in the backfield is why this team finds themselves with the lead here late in this ballgame.
And that is incomplete. The defense very happy to see that play call. The decision to go for it on 4th and long will end up in a turnover on downs.
You find yourself down big. It's the 4th quarter. There's really no choice but to go for this at this point. But once again, this defense, they're up to the task, and they come through yet again with a huge stop.
They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. Here's Mahomes. That one caught by Wilson. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. Here's 2nd and 3 to go.
At the 15-yard line.
Out of the gun, here's Mahomes. That's caught right side. It's Freiermuth.
One of the easiest ways to negate these really good pass rushes in the NFL, Mike, is just to simply get the ball out of the quarterback's hand as fast as possible. And sometimes it's by design, sometimes it's based on need. Really nice job there by the quarterback, getting into the hands of his receiver and then see what he can do after the catch.
So 2 minutes left to play in the second half. We'll come back and finish this one off. After this, we'll go again from the 3. It is 2nd and goal. They'll try to run this one in. And he won't quite get in. Down to the 1, setting up 3rd and goal. Patrick to throw. To the back of the end zone. He's got it. Jacoby Myers. Touchdown Huskies. We might need a calculator before this one is done. It has been one-sided, and the route rolls on, Greg.
Absolutely, Mike, and they just keep piling on the points. I mean, this offensive play caller, he's saying it's never enough. I'm going to try to score with every possession, and we've seen him do that all game long.
Extra point by McManus, up and good. And the Huskies stretch out this lead even more. It is now 35-0. Very good kickoff. Returnable from the 4. Nice job by the return team as he takes it across the 30-yard line. The home team's offense getting those helmets back on, ready to head out for their next possession. They'll try to establish some tempo as they start this one with, and he's going to go down yet again. He has been under fire all game long.
And the big guys up front in the offensive line just continue to not be on the same page. And we've seen it time and time again here today. This pass rush remains one step ahead of them, and it's the quarterback who continues to pay the price.
Well, they'll get some of the sack yardage back, but it's still going to leave them with third down.
Brings up 3rd and 9.
Back to throw, White. He gets that to the veteran Aguilar. So it's a win for our visitors. And this was as good as it gets, all three phases of the game, in perfect harmony as they post the lopsided shutout victory. And that'll do it for my partner, Greg Olson. For our entire team, I'm Mike Tirico. This has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. With that, we say so long, everyone.
It's the National Football League on EA Sports. And we're going to see Mark Andrews. There's been no shortage of work for him, sitting second in the league in catches. Who knows what we're in store for here, just ahead on EA Sports.
We are pleased as always to be bringing you coverage of the National Football League on EA Sports. Along with Charles Davis, Brandon Gaudin here, and partner, let's examine this Tokyo Ball Club as they enter play. They come in off the extended break from the bye.
I think it was much needed as well. You play 2.5 months, you're ready for some time off to get set for the home stretch.
Meanwhile, for our visitors, the Orlando Club, they too come in off the bye, so we should have two teams that are eager to get back at it.
And players are creatures of habit. You can bet they enjoyed the time off, but you know they're also ready to get right back into the swing of things.
The final playoff push is upon us. It's week 12 of the NFL season, and we're underway on EA Sports. And they'll get him down inside the 30 at the 27. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. They're led by their quarterback from the University of Alabama, Mac Jones.
You talk about the pause that refreshes. I think it's come at a perfect time of the year for them, hasn't it? You know, the season is starting to wind down, got a little bit of a break. But how about the guy calling the signals? He's got to be excited about that because now he didn't just get a game plan for 1 week. He was able to work on it for 2 weeks. I can't wait to see if they have anything special in store for him today.
Only a couple for him there on the game's first play, and it's second down. Throwing Jones. This ball tipped, and it's going to be incomplete. Fortunate maybe to get that back. It's third down. They'll be in search of 8 yards here as they hope to convert the first down. Now Jones. Can't get away, and he's taken down. And now that brings up fourth down there, a loss of 6 yards on the sack.
It always helps for a visiting team to come in and set the tone on defense. In fact, when we talked with them prior to the game, they said they wanted this home crowd to feel like they had to hide their valuables when they were in town.
Well, the home crowd quiet now early. See if their offense can take over and get some points on the board. Here's Jackson. That'll be a 41-yard punt, 4 yards there on the return. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. Commanding the offense will be the 7th overall pick of the 2018 draft. It's Josh Allen.
So no advantage in this game for either quarterback in terms of coming off that open week, huh?
Yeah, they both had buys.
Both had them, so you got to figure both of them went back, watched some extra tape, polished up their game, checked out their fundamentals, but they also both had an extra week to prepare for each other's defenses. This could be a whole lot of fun.
And this will be good for a pickup of 9 to the 46. Second down and a little more than a yard here. Allen. He'll get this complete to Cooper Kupp. And he's going to be touched down, but he's got the first down.
A gain of 7. And in Orlando, first down.
Allen going to throw. And he can't get rid of it. He's taken down. They'll wind up losing 8 on the sack there, and it's second down. And on that one, the protection just broke down.
You've got to have that leverage, don't you? We always talk about low man wins in the running game for an offensive lineman versus a defensive lineman. It's essentially the same thing in pass protection. Get lower than that defensive lineman so that you can keep your balance and keep him away from your guy trying to throw the football.
Throwing on second and long. Allen, this short throw caught by Goddard. So give him 2 yards there on the completion. And they're going to be staring at a third and long here. To the air, Allen. Dancing to his, and he can't find a receiver, and he's brought down. Yaya Diaby in there to get him, and that is sack number 6 now for him on the year. Jake Bailey on now to punt here on fourth down. Back deep to return is Marvin Mims. A 47-yard punt, maybe a couple on the return. And the offense will come back out deep in their own territory. Now a play fake here on first down. And nowhere to fit that football in. It's knocked away and incomplete.
As a corner, you have to be able to run with guys step for step downfield in man coverage and make up ground quickly in zone. You have to put yourself in position to make plays, just like that one we saw there.
They do get a couple, but they'll be left staring at a 3rd and 8 coming up.
Well, they're unable to convert that into much, but it's never a bad idea to try to get the ball into a tight end of his caliber's hands and see what kind of disruption he can cause.
Jones now from the gun on 3rd down. And a quick throw here, that's complete. And they're going to stop him short of the first down as he's tackled at about the 21. So 5 yards here, 5 on the play. And that's going to make it 4th down. Dixon, the punter, is on as he sends it away. A 39-yard punt, a return of 5. The Orbits offense, led by their running back, headed out for the second possession. And they've used him quite a bit in the passing game as you take a look at the NFL leaders in receiving yards by a running back, and he's right there in the mix. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. And they were winners the last time they took the field, which was 2 weeks ago. They had the open week last week, so this is a squad that should be really refreshed and ready to roll.
I would agree, because when you get that open week after a victory, it does wonders for everyone. Obviously, your body, get a chance to heal up, but your mind as well. You feel good about winning, so now you can get away from it for a few days, put down the playbook, turn off the film, just be you. Enjoy that time away, and then you come back ready to go.
From midfield, here's Allen. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. We're scoreless after 1. Orlando with the football here to begin the second quarter, as they've got it with a 1st and 10. He'll get this complete to the rookie from Washington. And that's good for a gain of 6, and that'll make it 2nd down. From the gun, it's Allen. And complete to Zach Ertz. And he works it past the 30, almost to the 25. His first catch there, good for 10 yards and a first down. Play action. Now it's Allen. Finding Ertz again. So the completion good for just 3. And it'll be 2nd down.
I don't care what sport you're playing. Everyone likes to build up a little momentum, don't they? And look at this, back-to-back completions to the big target at tight end.
That one not as profitable as the other, but still a decent gain. They'll get him to the ground at the 20, following a pickup of 4.
Oh, it's time to give a little credit there to the defense. They played that very well because it was a drag route, and he ran a little shallower than normal as he worked straight across the field. He was hoping he'd get lost behind the defensive line, but once he made the catch, nowhere to turn upfield and gain any yardage.
And they work this near the 5. He'll be stopped at the 6. They're able to convert on 3rd down, and that sets up a 1st and goal.
That's a sharp throw right there on 3rd down. They're looking to get the first points of the game, and they certainly don't want to be on a field goal. So that's a nice job to get the hook up and set up a 1st and goal.
Here we go now on 1st and goal. Now Allen again. And he will take this one in for a touchdown. Josh Allen his 9th touchdown of the season. And the Orbits post the first points of the ball game as they take the lead here in this second quarter.
That was not a designed run. It was supposed to be a pass, but it turned into an exceptional run. What a scramble for a touchdown.
Harrison Butker is on for the extra point. It's up and good, and it'll give his guys a 7-0 lead. A good drive that time as they go 9 plays in all. And it was Josh Allen using his legs to polish things off. Now after the touchdown, here's Butker on to kick it away. And he'll get it up past the 20 to about the 22. The Dragons offense and Mac Jones making their way back out. And the numbers have looked good this season. Case in point right here. He is up there among the NFL leaders in TD passes. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. And it's only November, but the playoffs, we know how it works. They'll be here before you know it. If it ended today, they would be the #1 seed.
And that's a great spot to be in, but I love the phrase, if it ended today. And I'll guarantee you, that's what they've discussed in their locker room, in their meeting rooms. Yeah, we know where we'd be if it ended today, but we also know it's not ending today.
Right.
So they got to continue to play the type of ball that put them in the spot where they're #1 in their conference.
Give them 14 on that one and a first down.
They were not fooling around at all, were they? Second and short, and they brought out the heavy package. Almost felt like the super heavy package against that defense, didn't it?
Yeah, I don't think they expected that much beef up front, and it turned into an easy first down conversion. And he'll be taken down, but not before he works it past the 50. 11 more yards that go around, a first down as well. 2 minutes on the clock, second quarter, 7-0 ball game.
First and 10 at the 46.
This offense finding its legs now. Here's another 1st and 10. Back to throw. Jones. A short throw caught by Andrews.
Nice rhythm throw there on first down. He located his tight end, made it a nice easy pitch and catch.
Hoping he could break a tackle or two. Wasn't able to do that there, but still good yardage. Throwing again on second down. Jones. Oh, that'll be incomplete. Well, he took a shot as he let that go. And it's going to bring up a third down. Again, he'll drop to throw. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he's going to get this inside the 30. He's got his first catch here before halftime, and it goes for a first down.
And this has been a nice answer to the touchdown drive against them a few minutes ago because they've come out and reestablished the tempo. A nice throw there, and they're putting together a very strong drive as a response.
They'll stick with the passing game as he looks to throw. And that is incomplete. He couldn't hold on through the contact. Brings up second down.
Brings up 2nd and 10.
They'll look to throw again. A short throw caught by Andrews. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the first half. This will be play number 9 of the drive here as they need 4 yards on third down. Back to throw again. Throwing middle, and it's complete. And I don't think he got there, no. He's short by maybe a foot, maybe. Call it 4th and inches. Going for it, here's Etienne. And he picks up the first down yardage as he takes it down to the 16. Now another timeout called for by the offense as they stop it here with just under 40 ticks to go in this first half. They'll look to throw now on first down. And that is incomplete. Oh, the coverage a little too good there, and it's second down.
It's 2nd down and 10.
Operating from the gun, Jones. Oh, he'll want that one back. Incomplete. He doesn't drop too many in that department. Third down. Right where this set of downs started, they need a full 10 here to pick up the first down and move the chains. Throw out wide is incomplete.
smart move to throw that one away. You're in field goal range, so you definitely don't want to be loose with the ball. And that's great work by this defense to force a 4th down.
Folk's kick is good, and they are on the board, but still trailing. It's 7-3. So, Charles, they are on the board after that kick. So, 3 drives, 3 points. Obviously not the start that you were hoping for, but they're able to erase that 0 off the scoreboard.
Yeah, I guess what you're saying is a point of drive is not what offenses are striving for by any stretch. They're happy they've got 3 now. They hope that that unlocks their offense for bigger points down the road.
One final go for this offense here in this first half. And with a 7-3 lead, we'll see how aggressive they want to be. And they're just going to run it here up the middle. And he'll just push his way forward for a few as the clock will run. 2 yards on the carry there. It'll be 2nd down. So we've reached intermission here in a low-scoring game. 7-3 is our score. As we send you to Orlando to check in with Jonathan Coachman at our EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach?
Okay, Brandon, bye weeks, they're over. We've once again got a full slate of games to get to as we take you around the NFL here in Week 12. We were treated to a solid first half of football by the great quarterback, Josh Allen. He was able to take it in himself for the game's only touchdown. And you wonder if this coaching staff will ask him to do a bit more the rest of the way. This has certainly been a fun one to watch so far. We knew this was going to be a battle, but we have not been disappointed. This is the kind of game that could wind up hinging on which side could play mistake-free football the rest of the way.
Well, now how about this return? A solid return, pretty good field position. They'll start at the 32. This offense ready to go to begin this 3rd quarter. And they've got the lead. CD, what do you think the message was at halftime?
I don't think the message was too drastic, I think, at the half, or that they need to change things too much. I do think the offensive line could play a little bit better. And I think they'll try and help them out more. They'll probably keep a tight end in a few more times and maybe add a running back to the formation to pick up those pass rushers, because they probably allowed a few too many sacks for comfort in the first half.
Ball on the 40 now. Here's 2nd down and a yard. Now a give. Irving running right. And the reinforcements come in as they're going to stop him behind the line. It'll be a loss of a full 3 yards there, and it also brings up 3rd down. Here's Allen. Pass taken in by his big tight end. And he slips up past the 45 before being tackled. 2nd catch for him today, and it'll wind up a 1st down.
And that's well executed there on 3rd down, and I love the confidence that they had to let their tight end try and find some space in the middle of the field, right in their quarterback's line of vision. And QBs love to make that easy throw, and they hooked up there for a 1st down.
Throw left side, complete to Cup. Give him a gain of 5 on the completion, and it'll be 2nd down. Now Allen. Looking for Cooper Kupp again, 2 in a row. And he's taken down inside the 30. Back-to-back receptions for him, and it's another 1st down. Again, they'll throw with Allen. This short throw caught by Goddard. Wiggles free. And he'll go out of bounds in the red zone just inside the 20. So the completion results there in 9 yards. And they'll have a 2nd and 1 forthcoming. A run up the middle with Irving. And on this one, he'll get to the 15, right at the 15-yard line. A gain of 5, good enough for the first down.
First down, offense.
They'll send a receiver in motion to the right. Throwing now is Allen. Open man is Goddard, the tight end. A minimal gain there on the 8th play of the drive.
Got to give credit where it's due. Really nice defense on that play. The pitch and catch was successful, but not any run after it.
In motion, the tight end. A shotgun handoff here to Irving. And strong running there as he's inside the 10 and down to the 8-yard line. It'll be a gain of 5, but still about 3 yards shy of the first down marker, and now it's 3rd down. Here's Allen to throw it. Got a man, and he hits him in stride. So no gain on the play, and it'll be 4th down.
Excuse my snarkiness here, but isn't the idea of completing a pass supposed to mean you get downfield and gain yards?
Especially on 3rd down.
Yeah, that one. How about the defense? Figured that one out in a big way. Yeah, they completed it all right and lost yardage.
Well, looking at it from a defensive perspective, that keeps the deficit very, very manageable. You know, all things considered, not a bad job on the defensive side.
I would say that you've pointed out something pretty good right there, and that is you actually have both sides happy with that exchange. You know, happy in quotes, of course. One team, hey, we've kept it within range. The other side saying, hey, we put points on the board and did stretch out the lead. Let's see how this one turns out.
Yeah, still bottom line, though, 3 points for the opening drive of the 3rd quarter. Now Etienne to start the drive. And he's going to lose yardage and be backed up to the 25. Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up 2nd and 11.
This defense is just flat getting after it. They have not given up much of anything in the run game. Case in point right there.
On 2nd and 11 now. Jones, a short throw caught by Andrews. And he'll be brought down at what's going to turn out to be the final play of this 3rd quarter. So they'll get a little extra time to come up with his 3rd down play as we've played 3 quarters. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Back now here on EA Sports as we are just about set to go here in quarter number 4. Now Jones from the gun on 3rd down. That is caught. And he slips up past the 45 before being tackled. 5th catch of the afternoon, and that gives him a first down.
I like the design that we're seeing right there. This is what they need. Down by a touchdown here in the 4th. They just need to keep working their way downfield. And when they see openings, take their shots.
On 1st and 10, it's Etienne. And a strong run that time as he's across midfield and down to the 43. 11 more on that one and another first down.
We'll definitely see some open running lanes, and he's taking advantage of it right now, but that shouldn't be a surprise. Defense has the lead. They're playing for the pass first.
On 1st down, right back to Etienne. And he works his way forward to pick up 4 yards there. 2nd down. Now a 2nd and 6. Andrews, the tight end, in motion. Throwing, Jones. To the right side, into the hands of Flowers. And give him 6 yards here as he's stopped near the 35 at the 34. One thing I think that's safe to say defensively, the tackling's been really good.
And because of that, it's been very, very hard for them to move the ball because you're not getting the benefits of run after catch. You're tackling them almost on the spot. That means you have to run extra plays, harder to move it.
He needed a yard. That's exactly what he got. Earns him a new set of downs.
Many different ways to create space, but on that play, he did it with that big, wide body of his. Didn't get a whole lot of yardage on the play, but it did what it was supposed to. Pick up a first down.
And he'll go right back to Andrews. And just 3 yards on the catch there. He couldn't get away. And that'll bring up second down. Now Jones. Looking middle, and that's complete. And he'll get this one down to about the 20-yard line. All 3 timeouts plus the 2-minute warning. Here's 1st and 10.
1st and 10 at the 20-yard line.
Off the play fake. Jones. He's got his man. It's Andrews. Here's 2nd down and 3. We've got a 1-score game with inside of 2 minutes remaining. So it's our home team here in possession of the football as we come back. They come up on a 2nd down now in a game that looks like it's going to go down to the wire. Right side and caught by Kohler.
Sometimes it's hard to figure, but you can live with incompletions in this situation. You can't live with these short gains that take time off the clock.
You know who loves it? This defense. To throw is Jones. And probably the wise decision there. No one open. He just throws it away. And that keeps the field goal on the table as it's 4th down. Desperation time now. Here's Jones. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he's going to get out of bounds with the 1st down. So that's going to double their pleasure for sure. They get the 1st and save a timeout.
1st and goal at the 4-yard line.
Etienne is not going to get a whole lot. Maybe a yard down to the 3.
Partner, you got about 20 coaches on your payroll, but there's 60,000 of them in the stands. I don't think any of them like that play.
And the later we go, it's starting to sound like 100,000 in here. And, oh, it's incomplete. Oh, that would have been 6 points, but somehow he couldn't rein it in.
Brings up 3rd and goal.
Here's Jones. And yes, he's into the end zone. So they get the late score they needed. And now the extra point can tie this thing up in the final minute.
And while it appears the heavy lifting was accomplished by scoring the touchdown, they're still down 1. That extra point is not a gimme.
Nick Folk for the point after. And no sweat, he puts it through, and we are tied here in the 4th. And what a drive that was. 16 plays all told. And the touchdown at PAT mean we are tied here in the final minute of play. This one, all we could have asked for. All tied, final minute as the kick's away here. And a good return as he'll be stopped just shy of the 30-yard line. And now it looks like we're going to get a timeout here. We've got a man shaken up. Well, they come out and take a look at him. We will step aside for just a moment. They'll come up 1st and 10 here. To throw is Allen. On the ground, it's Irving to start the drive. And that, not what they wanted. They lose yards on 1st down. Here comes 2nd down. Allen. Once again, it's Irving. And down right around the 32-yard line, 4 yards on the pickup. 4 quarters not enough. We're all even, and to overtime we go.
How much fun is this for everyone who's watching the game? How much fun is it for us to see this one get an extra period to get settled?
It's a little teaching moment here. Overtime rules. Remind us how this goes, partner.
Okay, so in the past, we had sudden death. First team to score wins, but no longer. Now, if the team receives the ball, scores a touchdown, they win the game. If they kick a field goal, though, or don't score, the other team gets a possession. And after both teams get a possession, then we're into sudden death. First team to score wins the game.
Well, 4 quarters couldn't decide things, so it's on to overtime here as the kick is away. And he brings us out past the 20 to the 24. Tokyo set to go on offense once again. All set up for him right now, Charles. Opening possession of overtime, they've got the football. They also obviously have this home crowd behind them in a big way.
They get that extra energy from them, but they've got to be careful not to let that adrenaline get away from them and play too fast or create errors of their own making. Use that energy, embrace it, but make sure they channel it the right way. They've got a chance to go downfield, score a touchdown, and end this game.
At the 31-yard line.
From the 31, Jones. And this is going to be hauled in by the tight end Andrews. Now he breaks free in the middle of the field and all the way down to the 5. A huge play there in overtime. 64 yards. Defensively now, the ultimate challenge. Of course, the ball gets in the end zone. This thing's over.
And I remember my coaches always talked about the goal line situations, and now you're in overtime where they have to keep them to 3 points. Otherwise, this thing is done. Win your individual battle within the framework of the team defense. Beat that guy across from you and make a play. I expect them to attack on defense and not sit back.
He gets him a little bit closer. He takes it from the 6 inside the 5 to the 4. We'll play only the 1 overtime here. If time runs out, it'll be a tie as they come up on 2nd down. They'll fake it on the jet sweep, and instead a handoff up the middle. And he's going to get this back to the 3-yard line and no further. Another chance to maybe end it right here. This is 3rd and goal. Looking to throw. Jones. Oh, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Asante Samuel Jr. And he'll be brought down at his own 10-yard line. A quick throw to Adunze on the RPO. This being their 2nd opportunity in overtime, 3rd overall drive. See if they can settle into a rhythm.
And that's what you're looking for. Get a few first downs, move the ball downfield, have some confidence, get yourself in a spot where you can at least kick a field goal to win it.
He's got a man complete. And way up past the 35 before he's taken down. Backed up deep in their own territory. They were in search of a cushion, and the cushion was found.
And you have to think total game, even in overtime. As a head coach, field position still counts in this spot. So they had to get out from the shadow of their own goal line, get themselves some breathing room. Obviously, that helps them on offense, but it may help their defense, too. Might be necessary here in OT.
So here's a 1st and 10 at the 38. Throwing is Allen. Now they set up the screen. That's complete. They find some open field here. And he'll be out of bounds just shy of the 40. Offensively, back-to-back really nice plays. This defense, they've got 2 timeouts. Maybe should burn one.
Yeah, when you get back-to-back explosive plays, to me, anything over 10 yards, I don't care if it's a run or a pass, I count it as an explosive play. That sets your defense back on its heels. A timeout here would be a good idea and try and get themselves settled because we're in OT. This is big time.
Now he'll dump it underneath to his running back, complete. And he works it past the 30, almost to the 25.
Another catch for him there on this drive, Brandon, and it looks like they're going to utilize him out of the backfield any way they can. And that time they pick up a 1st down. So now on defense, do you assign a man to him and try and cover him before he gets going?
Here's Allen. And he can't find anywhere to go with it, and he goes down. The pressure from multiple guys there as they bury him for a big 9-yard loss. Now a timeout called for by the offense. That's their 2nd and last timeout here in the overtime session. We'll be back. Next score wins, but remember, this will be a tie if the period ends with no scoring as they work on 2nd down. Now Allen. And that's to the left sideline and incomplete.
Another nice job there defensively. They've really stymied their passing attempts, and it continues in overtime.
And for them to do that, that means they've had to be cohesive on defense. Pressure in the quarterback's face. Good coverage of not just the wide receivers, but the tight end, the running backs when they try and slip out, and making sure they're at the point of attack. When the ball's in the air, they get there and help force some of those incompletions.
So many times we've seen him try to escape the pocket and do something with his legs, but in this case, the pressure was too intense, and he made the wise choice to just get rid of the football and make sure no one was going to get it.
Everything right now resting on the right foot of Harrison Butker. This to win it in overtime. And he got it. The kick is good in overtime. He's able to split the uprights. And they've come in here and stolen one on the road. And for the visitors, it is going to be a happy flight home. It is always such a treat, Charles, in the NFL when you can go on the road and get a victory, and that's exactly what they accomplished here today.
Oh, the trip home so much sweeter, isn't it? All the noise they heard before, how tough it is to win on the road, how tough it is to play in this stadium, how hyped up that crowd's going to be. They just used it as fuel, came in full of confidence, believed in themselves, and got it done.
So for Orlando, their playoff chances take an uptick as they move to 7-4. And they'll get another road date next week. Meanwhile, for Tokyo, it's a loss that could hurt them come playoff seeding time as they drop to 8-3. And they will try to get back in the swing of things next week on the road. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Alongside Charles Davis, we thank our entire crew. I'm Brandon Gaudin. This is the NFL on EA Sports.
It's week 12 of the 2024 season, and we'll get a look at Joe Burrow. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Oilers and the Elks, and it comes your way next on Madden Football.
It is time for football as we welcome you to another edition of the NFL on EA Sports. Thanks for having us in, Mike Tirico and Greg Olson. Or should I say Dean Olson, because tight end U doesn't happen without you. And we've got a great matchup here. We've got two of the best at your position in the current game right now.
And Mike, when I came into the league, almost 20 years ago, there was a handful of really elite tight ends. But doesn't it just seem, especially over these last couple years, every single team, at least the ones that make their mark and find themselves in the playoffs, compete for Super Bowls, have a legitimate #1 threat at the top.
All right, just about set for football. The crowd is definitely ready. So are we. Off we go on EA Sports. And this will work out quite well. He'll get it all the way out to the 30-yard line. The Houston offense heading out to the field for the first time. And they're led by the #1 overall pick in 2021, national champion at LSU, it's Joe Burrow.
We're looking at one of the most gifted quarterbacks in the league, and really, Mike, it's not just post-snap with the arm talent and the ability to make every throw, but it's even what he's able to do before the ball is snapped. He's one of the smartest quarterbacks in the league. Remember, coming off an injury-shortened season just a year ago, he's looking to prove he's still an elite quarterback in the NFL.
It's 2nd and 8 at the 32-yard line.
Burrow here on 2nd down. He'll find his man, that's Kendrick Bourne. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45.
And if he's late with that throw, Mike, there's a really good chance a defender could have made a play on it. But he does a beautiful job. He puts the ball out in front of his shoulder, leads the receiver, and allows him to get upfield and pick up the first down.
McBride is the motion man. They'll run out of the gun with Wright. He'll move the pile forward. Let's give him a couple. Jaquan Brisker there to bring him down. 2nd down and 8.
2nd and 8 at their 49-yard line.
They run again with Wright. He plunges forward for a couple of yards. Big Leonard Williams brings him down. 3rd and 6.
A 2-yard pickup brings up 3rd and 6.
McBride is the motion man. From the shotgun, it's Burrow. And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a 4th down. So it's 4th down, punting time. Ethan Evans to do the honor. And no return forthcoming. It's a touchback and will come out to the 20-yard line. So the visitors ready to go on offense here for the first time. They'll be led out by the former #1 overall pick back in the 2015 draft, former Heisman winner as well, Jameis Winston.
One thing about this guy that's pretty clear, Mike, is there's not a whole lot that rattles him. He does a good job staying even keel. You don't know if he just threw a pick or if he just led his team to a touchdown drive, and that was kind of the case last week. He didn't let it snowball into a bunch of back-breaking mistakes. He just shook it off and kept playing. Now, can he keep that mentality as the rest of the year unfolds? And if he does, he's going to give his team a chance every single week.
And a nice defensive play. They're good awareness coming through to make the play in the backfield for a loss of yardage. 3rd and long. From the gun, Winston. And that is incomplete.
This offense has to find a way to be better on 1st and 2nd down, Mike. Living in these 3rd and long situations, must pass, is not a recipe that their offensive coordinator wants to operate in.
Here's Hardy to return. And he'll get forward a few yards on the return. And that's where the offense will take over. The Oilers offense ready to get going with their second possession. They'll have very good starting field position as they set up past the 40. Mooney in motion. On first down, Burrow. He finds Darnell Mooney for the catch. That's a nice pickup on a first down throw. It's a gain of 8. Here's 2nd and 2. They go play action for Burrow. He's got his man. It's Mooney. And it'll be a short pickup. That's not enough for the first down. 3rd and a yard. They'll run with Wright.
The key to this play, Mike, was defensively their ability to stretch this ball and make him go laterally. Anytime you could force the ball carrier to go sideways on 3rd and short, it gives your defenders time to rally, make the tackle for no gain, brings up 4th down.
Here's Ethan Evans now. He'll punt for the 2nd time, looking to pin the opponent back deep. The Elks offense ready to see what they can do on their 2nd possession. They'll search for the first points of this game as they begin the drive on 1st and 10. The drive starts with a carry by Singletary. Here's a 2nd and 9. They'll run once more with Singletary. And he'll work ahead for about 5 to the 25. So that'll do it for a fast-moving first quarter of play. What will the second quarter have in store? And more from Houston coming up in a moment. Here now, 3rd and 5. Out of the gun, it's Winston. That's taken in, and he'll be stopped short of a first down, and that will necessitate a call to the punt team. It's 4th down. Here's J.K. Scott now, as he's on to punt for the 2nd straight drive. And he'll be brought down, short return, and they'll take over there. The Houston offense going to make their way back onto the field. They'll do so with 1st and 10. On the ground, this is Wright. And he'll take this forward for about 3. It's 2nd down.
It's a pickup of 3. Brings up 2nd and 7.
On the zone read, it's a give to Wright. And he'll get forward for a couple. Dre Greenlaw in on the tackle. 3rd and 5.
Brings up 3rd and 5.
Working out of the gun, Burrow. That'll be caught. It's Jalen Wright. And a good job here defensively. They did not let him get away. He's well short of the first down marker. Here's the punter now, as he's on to punt for Houston. Good hang time. The fair catch will be made back at their own 12. The Elks offense headed back to take over once more. This will start from the 12, trying to put a drive together here. It's 1st and 10. Winston to throw. Nowhere to go. He is taken down.
This is what you don't want to see out of your quarterback. As that pocket starts to collapse, The good ones, they can keep their eyes downfield and feel the rush. They don't need to see the rush. Here, his eyes go down. He starts moving around the pocket. Nowhere to go with the ball, and they bring him down for a sack.
Well, he's brought down. That pass is going to pick up 4 and bring up 3rd down. To throw, Winston. And they will continue to go backwards. He's taken down for a sack.
So you decide to put the ball in the air deep in your own end zone. That's fine. But the internal clock of the quarterback, it's got to speed up even a little bit more. You cannot hold the ball in this part of the field. And tell you what, he takes the sack, but he's lucky it wasn't a safety.
Time for a punt for the Elks, as he'll be standing just inside the back line of the end zone. This will be returned from just beyond midfield, and he's going to be brought down after a short return, and that's where his team will get possession of the football. Now, following the punt return, we have an injured player on the field. So they come to the line for 1st down and 10. Off the play fake, here's Burrow. Open man down the field, Mooney. And he'll be taken down as we tick down to the 2-minute warning. That's his 3rd catch of this first half, and good enough for a 1st down. To throw is Burrow. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5.
Brings up 2nd and 5 at the 17-yard line.
In motion now, it's Collins. Now a 2nd down throw for Burrow. And this drive's going to continue. They bring him down, but not before he picks up 1st and goal for his team. Back to throw, Burrow. Open man there, it is Bourne. They need 6 for the touchdown. 2nd and goal. Throwing is Burrow. That's to the end zone, but it's incomplete. Jamel Dean that time, all over him in coverage.
It's now 3rd and goal.
Burrow from out of the gun here on 3rd down. That's going to be intercepted in the end zone. Picked off by Ahkello Witherspoon.
So much of that play comes down to the defender's positioning. Being able to get himself to a spot, to get his hands on the ball, and a chance at that pick. Mike, when that ball was thrown, me and you are sitting here saying, that's a touchdown, and instead, they force a turnover, and now their offense is back on the field.
The Elks offense going to take over here in the final minute of this first half. They'll start out 1st down and 10. To throw, here's Winston. To the left side, he's got Njoku. And he's going to get this to the 37-yard line. Off the play fake, it's Jameis. We'll go right back to Njoku. He's got it again. Now another timeout called by this offense. They have 1 remaining. They'll stop the clock with 24 seconds to go until halftime. On 1st down, it's Winston. To the outside, a catch made by Moore.
Certainly not the biggest play of the day, but a good example of picking up positive yardage, staying ahead of the chains by a well-timed ball and a well-timed route.
Throwing on 2nd down, Winston. That's over the middle to his tight end, Njoku. Now the offense will use their 3rd and final timeout as they stop it with 16 seconds to go in the opening half. This one is complete along the sideline. A very nice job to fit that ball in. It'll be a modest game. They'll come up here on 2nd down and 5. Second down throw for Jameis. And this is too far over the end line. It's incomplete. Cam Little for this field goal attempt. Officially, it's a 36-yard attempt. Little's kick is good. And the Elks get 3 here late in the first half to take the lead.
And that's a really nice boost here before the break. I mean, you work the clock well, you're able to steal some points. The biggest thing is you're able to build a little momentum now going into the locker room at halftime.
Here's 1st and 10.
At their own 30-yard line.
Burrow. And that is incomplete. One final chance does not work out. Time has expired. The first half has come to an end.
All right, Michael, we'll get back to you and Greg in just a little bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. If you missed the first half, there's not much to get you caught up on. Just the lone field goal accounting for the entirety of the scoring. A 3-0 game to this point, as both defenses have been strong so far.
Coach, thanks. This one's still anyone's game. We'll see who can come out with the hot hand in this second half. About to get started. Oh, he's got room past the 30. A good return as he takes it across the 30. Following the kickoff, we have an injured player on the field. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. On 1st and 10, here's Winston. Oh, in trouble. Down he goes.
If there's any silver lining for this drive, Mike, it's the fact that at least this sack occurred on an early down. So I guess technically they have a chance to claw themselves out of this hole, but that's the 3rd sack of the game. This defense doesn't show any signs of slowing down.
Up the middle, here's Singletary. And the defense all over this one. They knock him down, it'll go down as a loss of 2.
Well, not a great start to this drive offensively. You take the sack on 1st down, and you're thinking, all right, let's go to the ground game. Let's pick up some of the lost yardage. But then you take a loss again, and now it sets up 3rd and real long, and you find yourself in a tough spot.
And he'll be stopped short of a 1st down, and that will necessitate a call to the punt team. It's 4th down.
Even though they gave up that last completion, Mike, that's a really good drive there for this defense. I mean, from the beginning, on those early downs, keeping them from staying ahead of the chains, put them in a tough 3rd down situation, and now it brings up 4th down, and looks like they're going to get off the field.
The Oilers offense ready for their first possession of this second half. This one has been tight so far. A field goal separating the two sides as this drive kicks off with 1st and 10. From the shotgun, it's Burrow. Now he takes off. And he's going to be taken down on the other side of the 50-yard line.
The challenge of defending a dual-threat quarterback in the NFL, Mike, is that you just don't see them week in and week out, maybe like you do in college. So in this case, you defend everything perfectly downfield, but it's hard to account for a quarterback who can run. He escapes the pressure, tucks it down himself, and he picks up a big gain.
They'll come up here, 1st and 10. On the give, it's right. And not much there. He's back to the original line. No gain on that one. They'll try again here. 2nd and 10.
Brings up 2nd and 10 at the 47-yard line.
The motion man here is Bourne. Burrow here on second down. This one complete to Bourne. And that'll go for a gain of 7. And it's going to set up third down.
Brings up 3rd and 3.
Burrow. That's caught by Bourne. And he's going to have the first down. So they convert on third down with a pickup of 9.
1st and 10 at the 32-yard line.
Now, Burrow. He's got his man. That's Nico Collins. And he's into the end zone. Nico Collins. Touchdown, Houston. His 6th touchdown now for the season.
We're seeing this so much all across the NFL, Mike, is the value placed on a receiver being able to turn into a runner after they're able to secure the catch. And sometimes it's easier said than done. But if you want to survive in this league as a wide receiver, you have to be able to make plays like this after the catch. And great job there by the quarterback being accurate. Great job by the receiver running after he makes the catch.
Boswell now following the touchdown. Back out to kick this one off. Ty Chandler now to bring it back. And it'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. The Elks offense ready to take over possession of the football. They trail by 4. A touchdown gives them the lead. Drive begins with 1st and 10. A pass complete to Noah Brown. And he's going to be taken down at the 37.
A gain of 11 on the play. 1st down, 12.
Njoku, the tight end, is the one in motion. Winston to throw on 1st down. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be 2nd down. From the gun, Winston. That one complete to Brown. And that'll go for a gain of 7. And it's going to set up 3rd down. Gray is the motion man here. Out of the gun, it's Winston. He's going to have the 1st down. So they convert on 3rd down with a pickup of 9.
He's in a really nice rhythm here on 3rd down. He appears very comfortable operating out of the gun, and he's able to find his man near the sideline, and he's able to extend this drive.
A fresh set of downs to work with. It is 1st down and 10. Off the RPO, it's caught by St. Brown. They'll get about 4 here as he is taken down. So, points at a premium. Defensive battle so far as we are through 3. Back with more after the break. You're tuned in to the NFL on EA Sports. Here's a 2nd and 6. On 2nd down, it's Singletary. And a nice run. He's got a 1st down tackle made right at the 35-yard line.
2nd down at these distances, Mike, you pretty much anticipate a pass, and I think that's what the defense was lined up thinking. In this case, they leave a little too much room on the ground, and the offense is able to pick up a 1st down.
And he'll manage to get this ahead for a pickup of 5. They'll break the huddle. It's 2nd and 5. Throwing, Jameis. The coverage too strong that time. The ball batted away and incomplete. Big play coming up. This is 3rd down. Man in motion is Brown. From the gun on 3rd down, it's Winston. 18 yards on the connection. That's enough for a first down.
And this is a tricky part of the game for any defense. You find yourself protecting a late lead, and the age-old question is, do you remain aggressive? Do you try to just keep the ball from being thrown over your head and make everything be tackled and played in front of you? That's what every defensive coordinator struggles with, so they can't get too soft here as they try to hold on to this lead here late.
That's to the end zone, but they can't connect. It's incomplete. Devin Witherspoon with the tight coverage as he knocks it away. A second down throw for Winston. Firing right side, brought in by Brown.
It may not have moved the chains, but with what they were dealing with there on second down, that's a really nice pickup because now it opens up your play call sheet on third down where it's a little bit more manageable.
Under pressure, and he'll go down. They got him.
Defense came out in a soft zone, and I think it caught the quarterback a little off guard. He was trying to attack them downfield. By the time he was able to get through his progression to his check down, he ran out of time, and that's all the pass rush needed to get into the backfield and bring him down.
That is caught side of the end zone. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Touchdown, Elks. What a game this has been. Back and forth we go, and that fourth quarter score changes the lead one more time.
And we've seen the lead go back and forth, Mike, and now the question is, can they get a stop? Can they find a way defensively to hang on to this lead and get themselves this big win?
Now this, an important extra point here to stretch this lead to a field goal. The kick is good, and the Elks are on top. It's now 10-7. So now playing with the lead after that fourth quarter touchdown, time to kick it back the other way. Hardy now with the return, and he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. The Oilers offense ready to get back to work. They'll see if they can put something together here, beginning with 1st and 10. Slot receiver headed right. A first down throw for Burrow. And he gets that one complete to Collins. And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple. They'll come up on a 2nd down and 8. Working out of the gun, Burrow. Open man there, it is Bourne. And that's a first down. It will be a gain of 8.
1st and 10 at the 37-yard line.
They put a receiver in motion to the left. On 1st and 10, Burrow. Open man, that's Collins. And he's going to be taken down, and that will take us to the 2-minute warning. They'll come up for 2nd and 9. They'll drop to throw. A short one here, caught by McBride. And he's going to be dropped after a pickup of about 5. Here's a big one, this 3rd down. Burrow from out of the gun here on 3rd down. And he's going to have the first down. It is a gain of 6. Good conversion on 3rd down. And a good effort there defensively. It's knocked away and incomplete.
All right, so this is why you get paid the big bucks. These are the possessions as a quarterback you need to deliver for your team. Everybody talks about 2-minute. Everybody drills it every single week. But when it comes down to this moment in the game, your quarterback needs to be on point. And after that first down incompletion, it just makes things that much harder.
Mooney in motion. Now, on 3rd and 2, they'll try and throw for it. That is incomplete. And here we go. They're down to what could be their final play. It's fourth down. They'll stick to the ground. And he's not going to get there. The defense was ready for it, and they stuff him on fourth down.
Result of the play is a turnover on downs.
The visitors' offense back onto the field for their next possession. They lead by a field goal as they go to work with a 1st and 10. They'll give it to Singletary to begin this drive. They'll be brought down after a short pickup to the 45. Now after the run, we get a stoppage for an injured player. That is a worrisome development here late in the game. Again, it's Singletary. And nothing on that one back to the line of scrimmage, and that is it. They need 8 as they come up for 3rd down. They'll take a knee as the clock runs under a minute to play. Here's 1st and 10. Burrow now. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
This is one of those situations that plays directly into the hands of the defense because think, Mike, they know this offense has to be one-dimensional. This has to be a pass. So what do? They bring in extra defensive backs. They clog up the back end. And at the end of the day, there's just nowhere for the offense to go with the ball.
Big play in the game right here. It's 3rd down. To throw is Burrow. He manages to get the throw away and completes it. And he'll be brought down there, and that'll put a wrap on this one. Time has expired in this 4th quarter. So it's a win for our visitors. And that's now 4 victories in a row as they continue to play as well as anyone in the NFL. So that'll just about do it for Greg Olson and our entire team. I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. For more, log on to easports.com. So long, everybody.
It's the NFL on EA Sports. We'll see the dynamic Justin Fields. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Redwoods and the Lumberjacks, and it comes your way next on Madden NFL 25.
As the sun starts to set, we're going to see how much light is left by the end of this early evening game here on the NFL on EA Sports. All right, football fans, settle in because we got bragging rights on the line in this one. Kate Scott, Brock Ewart here with you as we get set for a division rematch. Brock, one side seeking a sweep, and the other looking for some revenge after how that first showdown went.
What do they say about familiarity? Familiarity does what?
It breeds something, Brock. It breeds, contempt.
Yeah, it breeds contempt. These teams don't like each other. They can fake it. They can say all the right things in the papers. They don't want any Bolton.
Here's the punter, Bradley Pinion, to get this one going. And away we go from Oakland. This return starts at the 5. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. So here comes their offense for its opening drive. And bringing them out, a fourth-year quarterback and capable dual-threat producer from Ohio State's Justin Fields.
There's still lots of people around the NFL that believe that Justin Fields' best football's in front of them. Major believers of him as an upper-tier quarterback. And the reason why, Kate, is he's got physical traits that are just unique and different. He can run it like a running back, and he can spin a football as well. In fact, that running ability is some of the best in the game. But just continuing to build and refine his game as a passer between the tackles, that will be the key to the longevity of his career.
2nd and 10, need to get some positive yardage here. Out of the shotgun, Fields. This finds Dobbs. And he's going to go out of bounds. Looks a little short of the 35. 3rd and just 2 to go. On 3rd and short, McCaffrey. And they limit this to a minimal gain to around the 34. Only a yard that time. It forces 4th and 1.
You know, I'm not sure what else could have been done there, Kate. Just the right call defensively to come up with a 3rd and short stop.
On now comes the punt team for the Redwoods. And he'll punt it away to end a disappointing opening drive. He punted a couple of times last week in their loss, and now gets this one away. And he's brought down before the return gets far. So here's their offense, taking over for the first time here. Now being led out by the 5th-year lefty out of Alabama, Tua Tagovailoa.
And you wonder, as he's about to take his first snap today, yeah, he took care of the football last week, Kate. That was great, no interceptions. But just the one touchdown. But curious if he cranks up that aggressive knob today.
Now here's DeAndre Swift on the ground. And he found some running room for a nice gain. It's an 8-yard pickup, and they're going to have 2nd and 2 next. Going run again with Swift. And he's tackled with the first down yardage. Now after the run, we see some trainers headed out for an injured player who was shaken up. First down now, ball at the 39-yard line. Staying grounded with Swift. And he gets a few on the plunge forward.
Okay, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet, but if you see a bigger play on the ground later on, it'll largely be because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door for a bigger gap in the future.
Oh, he was on the move, but so was the defense, and they take him down. And that pushes him back, 3rd down coming up.
I think his decision-making wrote a check that his legs couldn't catch this time. This QB can run, and he's ranging, looking for space, looking for an outlet. But there was none to be had. No escape route available this time.
Let's see what they went with on 3rd down. Tua now from the gun. Launches one deep downfield. And the defender redirects that deep shot. Nicely done. Incomplete. First time this game they've looked to him. And that brings up 4th and long. The punt team headed out now for the Lumberjacks. And this will bring a drive that had some promise to a disappointing end. Starts his return from the 23. And before that return amounts to much, they bring him down. Now we're going to have a stoppage after that return. Looks like somebody was shaken up on the play. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. They'll start this one on the ground with McCaffrey. And he gets it forward, is still about a yard out of that. Jalen Johnson with the stop. A look at his numbers on the ground from last week here. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Going run again with McCaffrey. Good little rip there. Looks like about 6. Something he does so well. Nick Bolton making the stop. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. Play action, Fields. He throws a bullet deep to the... That's grabbed inside the 30. It's a pickup of 39 yards. And they're going to have a 1st down.
You know, Kit, we often talk about flipping the field in special teams, right? A kick return, a good punt. Well, an explosive play like that does the exact same thing. Look at the difference in field position. By hitting on that shot, you've totally flipped the field and the tone of this drive.
First down throw for Fields. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
You know what I call that, Kate? Punch. And you took a punch, but then you countered right back. You give up a big play, massive play, but you don't hang your head. You come right back, you get a sack of your own, and you change the momentum as quickly as you can.
On 2nd down, here's McCaffrey. He'll work it a couple of yards past the line. Sent to the ground by Pete Werner. This offense looking to convert as they come up on 3rd down. Fields out of the gun. And they can't connect on the 3rd down deep shot. Love the courage they had to try it, but it's incomplete, and now we've got 4th down. On to try the field goal now, Chase McLaughlin. This a 50-yard look from the right hash. And this kick is good. He needed to get all of it there, and he did. And that will get them on the board.
A lot of them may make it look automatic, but you get this deep, and those field goals are far from a certainty. It took all his concentration, every bit of his strength, to send that puppy through.
Return starts at the 3. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Tua setting up to throw. That's incomplete, trying to set up the screen there. This one intended for the running back. And it sets up 2nd down. Throwing again, here's Tua. He's on the move. Now here he goes. And they'll take him down at the 43-yard line. It's the end of the 1st in this AFC West showdown. Just a field goal separates these two. We'll return with more NFL action right after this. Welcome back. We're all set to start the 2nd. Offense already out to resume its stride. They'll try to attack this deficit starting with 1st and 10. And they limit the damage just a few yards on that gain. C.J. Gardner-Johnson there on the tackle. 2nd down now, 7 to go. Running with Swift out of the gun. Oh, putting him in the spin cycle. And he's brought down after a nice run and some extra effort. That's a pickup of 9. And that'll give him a 1st down.
That's the type of call that offensively, man, it just builds so much confidence. I don't even think they were looking to get the 1st down, just get to a manageable 3rd down, but instead they move the chains, and that is one disheartening look on that defense.
DeAndre Hopkins, the one he was looking for. that'll bring up second down. Out of the gun, Tagovailoa. And he doesn't see a window he likes, so he just got rid of that one. And brings up third down.
Well, you certainly want those throws to be automatic. Every team, if you're going to be efficient, you've got to hit those passes in the short to intermediate zone to effectively move the ball in this league.
That one complete to Hopkins. And a nice game here, but it stopped short of the first.
You can earn your money in the NFL in all sorts of different ways, but defensively, in a league where you're just not hitting as much in training camp, you're not tackling as much as they got to in the old days, when you can make a play in the open field, keep it short like that, I promise you some money will follow.
And this kick is good. He needed to get all of it there, and he did. And we're all tied up now in the first half.
I know they love that golf adage, drive for show, putt for dough, but it's awfully nice to drive for show and to have that kind of weapon in your back pocket.
And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. It's at the 25 after the return. The Redwoods are headed back out on offense as we get a look at Christian McCaffrey. And he is the NFL leader in rushing yards as we work through November. He's hoping an excellent season can continue as such here. Fields on first down. He's got the hook up to Devontae Adams. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot. First down, ball at the 36.
First and 10 at the 36-yard line.
Shotgun snap to Fields. And that's incomplete. Wanted to dial up the aggressiveness there like that, but couldn't connect. Second down.
Brings up second and 10.
Handoff headed left to McCaffrey. And not a lot of room for him as he's brought down. Only a yard for him that time, so now third and 9.
A gain of 1. Brings up third down and 9.
Draw play. This is McCaffrey. And he's tackled after gaining a handful. That play gains 6. It's going to be 4th and 2.
Okay, this is why coaches across all levels of football harp on the importance of good, fundamental tackling, not just to hear themselves talk. It's to make sure that when one of their guys has a chance to bring down a running back, they're able to do it and keep those plays from going any further.
4th down punt upcoming. Here's Torrey Taylor to put his leg into it. And this is the second time he's been brought on to kick it. His first effort went 47 yards. Brock looks to have a little more into this one. The offense headed back to the field. And they'll have a little momentum as they take the field here after their kicker drilled a deep one to end their last drive with points. First down, here's Tua. Has him on the quick hitter. And he's going to get this up to the 26 before being taken down. It's the 2-minute warning now from Oakland. It's the Lumberjacks, who have 2nd and 4. Tua off the play fake. He's going to push one deep. He's got it deep downfield. And he flips the field for them before being taken down.
One thing we don't have in football is we don't have that radar gun. But if we did, Kate, this is the kind of throw, when you throw it that deep outside the numbers, that requires a serious fastball, serious arm strength, and he just showed it off.
So the complexion of this drive has changed dramatically now. New set of downs inside the 35. Tagovailoa on first down. This time they're going to get there, and they drop him. Now we're going to get an offensive timeout. That's their first. As they'll meet and decide what to do on this second down. Another try following the sack. Caught by Theo Johnson. And he gets him around 6 there. That's Baron Browning who makes the stop. Gotta figure out this third down here. Shotgun snap now to Tagovailoa. He finds Johnson. And he's short of the first after a mild gain.
Those little short throws, they are high percentage and certainly bread and butter. But they really run the risk of a quick tackle just like that and being stopped short of the sticks.
And this kick is good. He needed to get all of it there, and he did. And that's going to break our tie and give him a 3-point advantage.
The wind was at his sails, Kate, and it certainly helped that football fly true and right down the middle. And from that distance, to hit with that accuracy is one impressive shot.
And he opts not to bring this one out, so they're going to enjoy some good starting field position from the 30. He's back to throw. That's complete. Cole Kmet. And with that, we've reached the break. The Lumberjacks visitors, but fighting out to an early advantage. Now we'll jump from the West Coast to the East Coast, down to our studios in Orlando. Jonathan Coachman standing by with our EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. More from you and Brock in a moment. But first, time for a look around the NFL to see what's going on here and what's already been an eventful afternoon of football. This one's been as good as advertised. Just a field goal separating these two teams. This was a very level first half, and I'd expect to see more of the same after the break.
As always, a hat tip to Coach for his hard work during the break, as we're happy to welcome y'all back for the start of our third quarter. McLaughlin has it on the tee, and he's ready to send this flying. Here's Kevontae Turpin on the return. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. The Lumberjacks are back on offense. Tua Tagovailoa out there once again. And you always got to watch him when you're down near the red zone. He is sitting second right now among all NFL quarterbacks in rushing touchdowns. Here's Swift to start the drive. He's able to drive that pile about a yard. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah there to bring him down. Manages just a yard on first down. Now it's going to be 2nd and 9. Tagovailoa now working from the gun. He's throwing deep to the left side. Big gain downfield. And he breaks into enemy territory before being stopped on a huge gain.
The analytics are pretty clear. It's hard to move the ball in this league with short little dinks and dunks. You've got to get the explosive chunk. You got to get the big play. And that throw to the outside, that gets the job done.
So the complexion of this drive has changed dramatically now. New set of downs inside the 35. They go play action with Tagovailoa. And like an empty wrapper, he just throws that one away. So that play doesn't work out, but things make it even worse for them. Looks like one of their big guys out front is in need of a look from the training staff. Couldn't connect on first. It's 2nd down. Tagovailoa gets this to Johnson. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain.
The goal of running that drag route is to get it to him for at least a minimal gain with space to add after that. They picked up a good chunk, and there was nearly room to add even more.
He's got him, that's Swift. And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play.
Well, that's one of the moments as a QB, you just feel like those defenders are in your huddle. To drop them for a loss on third down can't happen. That's an incredibly quick read by the defense.
Bass's kick is good. And that'll double their lead to 6.
So many of these players on the field, Kate, they just strive for consistency, but not the kickers. They strive for perfection, and so far, he's just that.
Now to kick it away, here's Pinion. That's going to be taken in at the 8. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. This offense making its way back out now. And their defense sure has kept this game close. Now it's time for them to come through, get some points for their team in this low-scoring affair. They'll start the second half with McCaffrey. And 2 yards is all he's going to get before he's caught. Something he does so well, Nick Bolton making the stop. 8 yards to go. Let's see how they approach this second down. They stick with McCaffrey. A lot of grass ahead. Through the 35, 20, 15. And he's able to take this one in for the touchdown. The Redwoods get 6 points for themselves. Christian McCaffrey, the touchdown. Wow, just sensational speed from the back that time, Brock. He found a seam, got through it, and he was gone.
You know, it's one thing, Kate, to have singles hitters, right? And you love those, and you appreciate guys that can get on base. But it's the home run hitters that are the difference makers, and what a big-time effort.
McLaughlin tacks on the extra point, and they'll take the lead. McLaughlin has it on the tee, and he's ready to send this flying. Turpin with a return. Oh, he's showing some burst on this return. Some good work on that return. Brock gets this up to the 33. This offense ready to get going again now. And their last drive did end in points. Not as many as they wanted, though. They had to settle for that field goal despite advancing the football pretty well. And they bring him down after he ran through him up to the 43. Give him 9 yards. He almost moved the chains there. It's going to be 2nd and 1. Out of the shotgun, a give to Swift. And he's officially in enemy territory now. They're going to give him the opposing 49. Give him 9 on that play, and it's enough for the first. A give to Algier on the inside handoff. And the power play up the gut only results in 2 yards.
You know, they got some positive yards. That's a good thing. But too many plays like that, it just is too hard to pile together, get first downs against the better defenses in this league.
Finds him over the middle. And this is pushed ahead for a gain of 5. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah there to bring him down. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. A tight end in motion now. On 3rd down, here's Swift. And they take him down right along the 30. And that one goes for a gain of 11. And that'll be a first down.
You love a huddle? Kate, you really do. You love a huddle full of guys like this who just know how to keep the drive moving forward. There's some trust there, and he's going to get the job done, and he's going to get another shot, I would guess, down the line.
Escapes the puck, and they get to him as he was trying to make something happen. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up. 3/4 in the books from this one. It's a razor-thin margin separating these teams. The difference of just a single point as we begin the 4th. Everyone's prepped. It's 2nd down now. Trying again, following the sack. That's knocked away by a defender, incomplete.
How many times do defenders hear from their coaches, read and react? where you're going to react. You got to read where the quarterback's eyes are going, and then more importantly, you got to react as he begins to throw and knock that ball away.
Dumped off to his running back. And he's going to be brought down at the 23-yard line.
Okay, I know exactly what's going to happen. I've seen it once, I've seen it 100 times. Next week on the practice field, this running back's going to say, see, I'm not just a running back, I can play receiver. And you receivers, you couldn't do my job, but I just showed you I could do yours.
Flying down the heart of the lane, and it's good! And they take the lead in the fourth quarter.
That field goal gives them the lead for the moment, Kate, but you don't feel comfortable when you look up at that scoreboard. This one isn't over, and that lead certainly isn't safe.
Here's a return from the 7. In pretty solid field position starting out here, Brock. He's tackled at the 29. The Redwoods back out on offense. Their running back headed out once again. And he's already scored once this game, something he's made a bit of a habit of this season. As we see, he's among the league's best at finding that end zone. On 1st and 10, it's Fields. Komet brings it in. And he's out of bounds beyond the 35-yard line.
That's what you call efficiency. Exactly what you're looking for in first down. Textbook. It sets up second and very manageable, and it creates that space if you want to take a shot downfield.
Trying an inside give now with McCaffrey. And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away. Third down, 1 yard to go. Again, left side to McCaffrey. And again, they stall him out at the line. He couldn't get it.
You know, Kate, over the years, I've heard running backs say there's just times you got to run in the darkness. And when linebackers fill that hole like that right in the middle of the field, he ran right into the darkness and the pain of that linebacker.
Punting unit out now. Torrey Taylor will kick this away. Averaging over 50 yards a kick, and this is another one well hit. Here comes their offense out again. And things are looking good to snap that 3-game losing streak that they came in on, Brock. They've got the lead here. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Tua now from the gun. He completes it in traffic. And he's going to get this up to the 26 before being taken down. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Here's Tua. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Last pass unsuccessful, and they have 3rd down here. Looking to throw. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Working across the middle, Brock. It is tough for anybody to make plays through all that mess, even when you're the biggest and baddest pass catcher on the roster.
But as a tight end, you're going to be disappointed because that's what you're paid to do. It's one thing for those undersized receivers you talk about. It's another one for these big tight ends. You are paid to make that catch through contact, and he couldn't do it.
And he gets his guys a few yards before they bring him down on the return. The Redwoods and this running back headed back out for a new series. And his production is carried over into this second half. He keeps on running well, even with the workload they've placed upon him. First down throw for Fields. Cut by Lockett. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down.
That is a textbook first down completion. Sets up second and very manageable and creates space to take that shot downfield.
Quick slant taken in by Dobbs. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. They've got 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning left for them. We've got 1st and 10. Out of the shotgun, Fields. This will be caught by Adams. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss. Back to the line they go. It's 2nd down. Another throw for Fields. That throw finds Komet. And he's brought down right in the neighborhood of that 40-yard line. They'll get 14 yards and a new set of downs.
From a great throw to a nice route and catch to moving the chains, there wasn't a whole lot not to like about that amazing play.
First down now, ball at the 39-yard line. Shotgun, handoff to McCaffrey. And a little space is all he needed to reach that 35-yard line. Trying to set this up quick. He'll look to throw it. On target to his back, here's Christian McCaffrey. And he's stopped at the 31-yard line. Here he is to throw. Complete beyond the marker. And he's brought down at the 17-yard line. Timeout taken by the defense, their second. And they are quite frustrated having to call that after giving up the first. He brings the offense up now for a 1st and 10. He'll get this one to Adams. And he'll go down. Looks like they're marking him at the 11. The defense takes its 3rd and final timeout. And now they're powerless to stop that clock with a timeout at least. Here he is to throw. And that's a touchdown. The catch is made, and they lead just before the end of this game. So what a finish this is shaping up to be. The late touchdown here, Brock, moves them in front.
And week to week, what a pleasure it is for us to call these games. We never know what kind of game we're going to get. This one's been everything you could have wanted. And now, even though they've taken the lead, there's still enough time on that other sideline for them to go mount a response.
McLaughlin, attack on the extra point. The point after splits the uprights. And the Redwoods jump in front now by 5. McLaughlin has it on the tee, and he's ready to send this flying. Fielded at the 7. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. Now this offense getting set to work here. They find themselves down here in the 4th after that touchdown. This game could end up depending on how they respond right here. Back to throw. Finds a seam down the middle. And he does quite a bit of damage before they finally take him down. Setting up to pass. And that's a touchdown. The catch is made, and they lead just before the end of this game. Absolutely clutch score there, Brock, as they take the lead here in the final minute.
Incredible execution. The moment not too big for any of them. And, Kate, they cashed in when it really mattered.
They aren't taking the offense off. All right, leaving them out, trying for 2.
The offense will line up for a 2-point conversion.
Tagovailoa will look to throw. And he's got a man. Complete. Ooh, and he can't shake the defense. They track him down in the backfield, and this 2-point attempt fails. They wanted that 3-point cushion. We all knew what they were doing, be able to maybe breathe a little bit easier. But now, got to keep them outside of field goal range, partner, because a kick would win this.
And that starts with a booming kickoff. Give them as long a field as possible before they can get that makeable field goal. From there, your defense, well, it's just got to rise to the occasion here in the last couple snaps of this game.
Out to kick it away, here's Pinion. Starting from the 5. Finds some space, he's past the 30. Coverage team tracks him down as the return reaches the 35. Now outruns their offense to take over. And I think they'd be content doing everything the same as their prior drive and getting another touchdown here. Fields on first down. Finds him on the crossing route. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. In quite the time crunch here, Brock, but still 2 timeouts to burn. It's first down. From the gun, McCaffrey. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs. Now a timeout's called. It's not their last one, though, so they can try another play before setting up for that field goal. First down, and they go right back to him. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs. And a timeout arrives with just 4 seconds left. And a possible game winner upcoming. That one is good! And that, folks, is your game winner!
Well, I tell you what, you get to this time of the game, you've got to have that reliable kicker on the sideline to turn things over to. That's the definition of clutch right there as they take the lead.
And he opts not to bring this one out, so they're going to enjoy some good starting field position from the 30. One final shot here. Trying to push it deep downfield. And this one falls incomplete. No miracles on the final drive today. This game is over. So something to be proud of, Brock, as they come away with the win. And there was no easing up. It took some white knuckling until the very end, but their defense carried that small lead through to the finish line as they escape with the victory. So that'll do it for this one. With Brock Heward, I'm Kate Scott. It's a win for the Redwoods as we say so long from Oakland.
It's week 12 of the NFL, and we've got C.J. Stroud. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Antlers and the Desperados, and it's coming up next on Madden Football.
Thank you to Trey Mosley for the introduction. We are indeed excited to welcome you to another edition of the NFL on EA Sports. So good to have you on board with us. Mike Tirico, Greg Olson here in the booth. Greg, in this league, you know it, you lived it. Undergoing a changing of the guard at the quarterback position sometimes can be traumatic, but a lot of times it leads to hope. We've got a couple of teams here with young signal callers looking towards the future.
And you know the old saying, Mike, in the NFL it is truer than ever. If you have a quarterback, you have a chance. And here we have two teams that feel like they have that quarterback position of the future settled. There's going to be some growing pain.
The veteran kicker, Graham Gano, puts it on the tee. And off we go here on EA Sports. And their drive will begin at the 30-yard line. This crowd ready in anticipation, their offense taking the field for the first time. They're led by the NFL's Offensive Rookie of the Year in 2023. From Ohio State, it's C.J. Stroud.
You could certainly make the case, Mike, that he had one of the best rookie seasons by a quarterback in NFL history. Not so much just his personal play, but he has completely rejuvenated that Houston Texans locker room and that Houston Texans organization. It was incredible watching him as a rookie. Tell you what, though, I think he's even more capable here in his second year under center.
They'll run it with Tony Pollard. And he'll manage to get to the 33. Cameron Hayward, the former All-Pro, in on the tackle. Here's 3rd and 7. From the gun, here's Stroud. He manages to get the throwaway and completes it. 13 yards on the catch there, and that will be a first down.
These third down conversions are just so important, Mike. Everybody stresses we want to possess the ball, give our offense as much opportunity to end as many drives as we can, scoring points. So if you want to stay on the field, you better be good on third down.
Now a screen. Here's Pollard. He's close to a first down. It's a gain of 9. Nice pitch and catch on first down. A good spot here. 2nd and a yard.
At the 44-yard line.
Pollard. And he'll have enough to move the chains. He'll take this forward for about 3 yards. They'll go 3 tight ends here on 1st and 10.
1st and 10 at the 41-yard line.
Again, it's Pollard. They converge on him quickly. He'll only get a couple. Anthony Walker there to make the tackle. 2nd down and 8.
It's 2nd and 8 at the 39-yard line.
They'll go play action with Stroud. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing 3rd down.
And 8 yards to go.
From the shotgun, C.J. Stroud. Now, deep ball for London. Here comes Blake Grupe for this field goal try. This will be from 56 yards away. And he missed it. It's no good. And this will stay a scoreless game.
And that's just a tough way to finish off what was a good opening drive. And obviously, as a kicker, you have to have a short memory. But you can bet he'll be thinking about that one the rest of the way.
They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. The drive begins with a run, and it's Hall. And some space opens as he's brought down following a gain of 6. They'll come up now for 2nd down and 4. Another run here with Hall. And he'll be close to a 1st down. A gain of a couple as they mark him just short. 3rd and a yard. They'll try to run for it with Hall. Good job on the ground to pick it up. Mark it at the 38, move those chains. 1st down.
Really just the same approach that an offense would take on a quarterback sneak, Mike. You don't necessarily have to spring them for a huge gain. Can you buy just enough space up front to pick up 1 yard? That's exactly what they did. Pick up the 1st down.
He's going nowhere. Losing yardage on that play.
How often do we see linebackers be so fast trying to track down the ball carrier that they end up actually overrunning the play and allowing the running back to cut back? But not this guy. Does a great job staying in phase, stretching this ball out sideways, and he brings them down for a loss.
After the loss of 3, it is 2nd and 13. Purdy to throw. A short throw pulled in by Schultz. A very nice open field tackle there. He could not get free and gains nothing. 3rd and long. Out of the gun, here's Purdy. He'll try to run for it. And he'll get this forward for positive yardage as he covers up in the end. So, not much to speak of in terms of scoring in that 1st quarter of play. What will the 2nd quarter have in store? And EA Sports NFL Sunday returns after this. Here is Graham Gano to try the field goal. This one from 54 yards out. Gano's kick is good. And the Desperados will take a 3-0 lead.
And I think this is going to end up being considered a successful drive, Mike. I think obviously you would have loved to see them come down and convert and score a touchdown. But at the very least, they needed to come away with 3. They were able to do that and take a lead on that field goal.
And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The Antlers offense and veteran receiver Mike Evans getting set for this drive. He's put together some kind of campaign. Currently 2nd in the NFL in touchdown receptions amongst wideouts. They'll give it to Pollard to start this drive. And that's the way you want to run it on 1st down. A gain of 7. Here's 2nd and 3 to go.
Brings up 2nd and 3 at the 35-yard line.
They'll run once more, and it's Pollard again. And he'll get about 4 out of that one, and that should be enough to move the chains. It is 1st down. A quick throw here, going to be taken by London. And they bring him down, but not until he crosses midfield.
Really nice job there to move the chains early in this drive, but now as they approach midfield, continue to keep your foot on the gas. Don't get conservative. Don't start sitting on the ball. Cross midfield and go. Anytime you find yourself on your opponent's side of the field, you have to be thinking points.
Here's 2nd and 6.
2nd and 6 at the 45-yard line.
On play action, Stroud. He'll look for Pollard out of the backfield.
Defensive coordinators preach all the time, play pass defense with vision. It's exactly the case here. They're able to rally to the ball, keep that to a short gain.
Gesicki, the man in motion. They'll try and run for the 1st down with Pollard. A good run there to the 34-yard line. That is a 1st down. On the bootleg, it's Stroud. Catch made by Smith-Schuster. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5.
At the 29-yard line.
Here's Stroud. That is brought in at the 10. And they're going to get this all the way down inside the 5.
These are the kind of plays that when you draw them up on the chalkboard, Mike, they all look great. But if you can't protect long enough, you're never going to get the receiver. I mean, think, he started on the left side of the formation in the slot, and he has to run all the way across the field to the right third. I mean, that takes a lot of time. Let's give a lot of credit to the big guys up front.
From the 4-yard line, trying to punch it in. 1st down and goal. Stroud to throw. And he's going to be taken down. Sacked back at the 17-yard line.
The defensive coaches, they preach all week, Mike. They have to have relentless pursuit of this quarterback when he tries to extend the play. So often it results in a great play for the offense and a big pickup. This time, because of that pursuit, it leads to a big loss.
1st down was not very good. Here's 2nd and goal. Here's Stroud. This is caught at the 2.
So often, sacks, especially on 1st down, can be drive killers. But their ability here to take this from 2nd and long to 3rd and short, they've got a really good opportunity here, Mike. If they don't get it on 3rd, don't be surprised if they go for it on 4th.
Now this defense will use the first of their timeouts, as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the 1st half. On 4th down, Stroud. And he's not going anywhere. Stuffed behind the line. They have turned it over on downs.
And here we have a real gutsy call here, Mike, early in this game offensively. I think you're giving up a surefire field goal attempt, but at the same time, you're demonstrating to your players, hey, offense, I have a lot of trust in you, and let's see if they have this same approach as the rest of this game plays on.
The Desperados offense going to take over here in the last minute of this 1st half. And they're going to hear it from this crowd. They're backed up deep as they start 1st and 10. Going to try to fit in the slant, and it was intercepted. Picked off by Jeremy Chin. The pick 6 for the score. Greg, that is the one thing this offense did not want to see. And it really is demoralizing to see that happen in that spot.
Absolutely, Mike, and that's one of those cases where you just would like to see the quarterback say, all right, I'm going to live to play another day. Don't force that throw. Don't try to make a play that's not there, because not only do you turn the ball over, you give them an easy 6.
And on the other side, the defense, what a moment. Uplifting for them. Big momentum building.
Yeah, and that's the way games are shaped in this league, Mike. I mean, you find yourself able to capitalize on a mistake by an offense. You get yourself an easy touchdown. All of a sudden, your sideline finds themselves completely rejuvenated.
Still a little time. Final minute of this 1st half. We'll see if they can do anything with this kickoff that is coming their way. Now an opening past the 30. And a solid run back there. He'll get this out past the 30-yard line. The Desperados offense can see what they can do in the final minute of this 1st half. 1st and 10 for Purdy. Over the middle. He's got the tight end Schultz. And he's going to get this one out to the 43-yard line. Set to go now on 1st and 10. Out of the gun. It's Purdy. That's caught right side, the tight end Schultz. They'll come up here on 2nd down and 5. That's to the running back, Breece Hall. And it'll be a short pickup. That's not enough for the 1st down. Here is Graham Gano to try the field goal. And this is a long one. Officially 64-yard field goal attempt. And this is no good. Could not get it on target. So we've reached the intermission here in a low-scoring game. 7-3 is our score. As we send you cross-country to the Sunshine State. That's where Jonathan Coachman has our EA Sports Halftime report. All yours, Coach.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. More from you and Greg in a moment. But first, time for a look around the NFL to see what's going on here in what's already been an eventful afternoon of football. The second half, straight ahead. Time to get back to it. And for the call, let's rejoin Mike Tirico and Greg Olsen.
Coach, thank you. Both teams trying to find the right formula to come out on top in this second half. Coming up. Now return coming from the 7. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start. The Desperados offense looking to get back to work as we begin this third quarter. They'll start it here with a 1st and 10. Throwing from the gun is Purdy. He's got the 2021 Heisman winner. That's Devontae Smith.
The receiver thought he had a nice soft spot in that zone coverage, and he settles down to give a nice target to the quarterback. But the defense had eyes on him the entire time. Secure rally tackle.
This one intercepted. Picked off by the veteran, Harrison Smith. And he is going to bring this one back. A DB's dream. A pick-6 for touchdown. The defense is having a day. They extend the lead with Greg, their second pick-6 of the game.
And that's just something you don't see very often in the NFL, Mike. I mean, you might see a handful of games each year where there's 1 pick-6, but to get 2 pick-6s in the same game, this defense is on fire.
Groupie able to add the extra point, and the Antlers extend their advantage to 14-3. The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. This will be returned from the 6. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. The Desperados offense and Brock Purdy headed back on the field for their next possession. And this defense has really had their way so far, intercepting him twice, forced into a number of bad throws, and generally, the D has just made it tough to operate all game long. 1st and 10. We're going to start this drive on the ground. It's Hall. He'll work forward for a couple. The veteran safety, Harrison Smith, there on the stop. On 2nd down, Purdy. He'll find Hall out of the backfield. And they'll work this close to a 1st down, maybe just a tad short. They'll look to pick this up 3rd and a yard. They give to Hall. A gain there of 15. That's enough for a 1st down.
Well, after not having much success in the first half, they're able to get something going on the ground here to start the third quarter. I'd love to see the play caller mix in some play action, mix in some pass game. That should open up some of these holes for better situations to run the ball.
On 1st and 10, Purdy. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be 2nd down. From the shotgun, it's Purdy. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing 3rd down. Shotgun snap to Purdy. That's over the middle and caught by Smith. And a good short tackle right there. It stops him a good distance short of the marker. And it sets up 4th down. The Desperados out and ready to punt. And this one's going to land out of bounds as they'll mark it inside the 20. The Antlers offense ready to get back at it. They built a nice lead for themselves here. They'll try to add to that, beginning with 1st down. The drive starts. It's a carry by Pollard. And a short pickup there to about the 18. Here's 2nd and 9.
Brings up 2nd and 9.
Up the middle, here comes Pollard. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage at best. Might have even lost a yard there.
#1 rule of run blocking for the offensive line is you don't want to allow penetration. It just doesn't give your running back any angles to cut and find the hole. It's exactly how it played out here. They've got to do a better job holding the line of scrimmage and not getting pushed back. The offense just couldn't seem to get anything going that drive. They knew they had a long way to go taking over possession that deep in their own territory. You want to pick up that 1st down and see if you can capitalize some momentum. Instead, the errant throw brings up 4th down, and they're going to have to punt it away.
The visitors' offense ready to take over once again. The deficit is double digits, so work to do as they begin this drive with 1st and 10. From the gun, it's Purdy. That one knocked away and incomplete. He was trying to get it to Xavier Worthy there, and it'll lead to a 2nd down. On the give, it's Hall. And he is not going to get away. Might have gotten a yard, but it will set up 3rd down. Throwing is Purdy. In trouble, and down he goes. Now, players shaken up after that play, and it's Brock Purdy who needs some assistance. The training staff going to look, and will step out for a moment. The Desperados out and ready to punt it away. And he'll be looking for something better after that poor 1st punt. Ho-ho! And he'll get forward a few yards on the return. And that's where the offense will take over. The Antlers offense make their way out to take over once more. They'll start out 1st down and 10. Throw over the middle, caught by London. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on 1st down. They'll work now on 2nd and 4. They'll go play action with Stroud. Open man, it's Juju Smith-Schuster downfield. They get 25 on that connection, and that will be a 1st down.
So the longer that play progressed, the more difficult it is to cover that crossing route. So what's the key? It starts with pass protection. Give the quarterback time to stay with his receiver and not be forced to check that ball down.
Now a handoff to Pollard. He'll get this ahead for about 3. That's Gregory Rousseau in on the stop. They face 2nd down and 7.
Brings up 2nd and 7.
So, 3 quarters now in the books. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL on EA Sports. Second and 7. Off the play fake. Here's Stroud. Throwing it right into the hands of his running back. 3rd and 5.
Brings up 3rd and 5.
From the gun, here's Stroud. And they're going to get to him and take him down, taken back to the other side of midfield.
All these stops are great. You're trying to cut back into this deficit, find your way back into this game. But the defense can make as many stops as they want, Mike. This game's going to come down to what does their offense do when they take the field.
The Antlers bringing out their punt team as they try to play the field position game here, protecting a 4th quarter lead. And no return forthcoming. It's a touchback and will come out to the 20-yard line. The visitors' offense ready to take over once more. They'll see if they can put something together here, beginning with 1st and 10. To throw, it's Browning. He'll look underneath for Hall. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on 1st down. Browning now. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing 3rd down. Browning. He'll swing this one out wide to his running back. And he can't get away. They rally to the football on defense and bring him down for no gain. Trailing late, they've got to go here. It's 4th down. He's got a man. That's the tight end Sample. A gutsy call, but they pay it off. It's a gain of 17.
Some teams just have a stronger appetite for being willing to go for 4th down tries, even on their side of the field, Mike, and we're seeing it so much more often. The days of just punting the ball back and forth and saying, hey, we're going to play good defense. Remember, the better your defense, that doesn't mean you should punt. The better your defense, the more chances you should take on offense.
They'll set up the screen to Hall, and that one's not fooling anyone. They were on that screen from the start, and a loss of yards on the play. No one open. He'll drop it to his running back, and they'll hold him to a gain of just a couple, and it sets up 3rd down. He'll let this one go deep down the right sideline.
Can't exactly put my finger on it, but it just seems like this entire game, like this passing game and this quarterback specifically, they've just been off. And whether it's missing these big shots downfield like he did there or just simple underneath layups, there's just something about him today that doesn't look right. And
for a 3rd time today, he's intercepted. Picked off by Trayvon Diggs.
So all game, we've seen him take the approach as just being a game manager. But one thing you have to do, if that's the case, is you have to protect the ball. You can't turn the ball over, especially if you're struggling to push the ball downfield. He got a little reckless that time, and the defense made him pay.
The Antlers offense ready to get back to work. They'll operate from their own 3-yard line as they try to put something together here on this drive. It's 1st and 10. They run it straight ahead with Pollard. And he'll work forward for about 3. It's 2nd down.
A 3-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 7 at the 6-yard line.
Running here, it's Pollard. And he's going to be brought down just shy of the 20. Now, following the run, one of the offensive linemen leading the way is a bit shaken up. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. A give to Pollard, running right. And he'll be taken down as the clock ticks towards 2 minutes to play. So, 2 minutes to play here in the second half. Greg and I back for the conclusion in a moment. On second down, here's Pollard. And we'll see a timeout used by the defense, stopping it right out of the break. 1:57 to go in the game. You've got to consider this an absolute must-stop defensively. It's third down. Throw left side, pulled in by Evans. And a good job here defensively. They did not let him get away. He's well short of the first down marker. The Antlers bring on the punt team now. And he'll be brought down. Short return. And they'll take over there. The visitors' offense about ready to take over once more. This secondary will get a lot of the credit. 3 picks so far. But, Greg, the pass rush has been relentless as well.
Yeah, I think it's super important, Mike, that we point out just how much the pass rush and then the secondary coverage works together. The more that rush gets home, the faster that ball gets out. We can play certain coverages knowing the timing of the quarterback has to be sped up. So often, the teams that are the most successful in this league, Mike, they have the best understanding. When our back end and our front end are working in unison, man, it puts a lot of pressure on not only the quarterback, but the entire offense.
They'll drop to throw. A throw there, caught by Lee Getton. And he'll be taken down. The gain is 6, and it's a new set of downs. He picked up the first down. He'll get that to his tight end. That's Jelani Woods. And they bring him down, but not until he crosses midfield. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. Still some hope. Keyword some. No timeouts. They need 2 scores, and it's 1st and 10. He'll find Woods. That one is caught. And he'll be taken down, but they are in business inside the 30-yard line. He'll look over the middle and find his running back. And he's close to another first down as he's brought down just shy of the marker. He'll get this over the middle to Smith. And he's brought down, but they are out of timeouts. He'll be brought down there, and that'll put a wrap on this one. Time has expired in this 4th quarter. So the fans gonna head home happy. It's a win for the hometown squad. They get the victory away from home in the division. Those are so valuable. And they'll get another shot in their place next time later in the season. So that'll do it for us. For Greg Olson and our terrific team behind the scenes, I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. Follow us on X at EA Madden NFL. With that, we say so long, everyone.
It's the National Football League on EA Sports. And the spotlight is on Justin Herbert. He's your top dog in the league this season, ranking first in passing yards. It's the Nighthawks and the Shamrocks on Sunday night.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League is on the air. Along with Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. And Charles, we look at this Sacramento team as we enter play here. They come in playing pretty good football. Winners are 4 of their last 6 games. Meanwhile, for the visiting Dubliners, they come into this one knowing it's been a while since tasting victory. They've dropped 4 in a row.
Can they remember what it was like to win a game? In these types of situations, you're looking for someone to inspire you, and it doesn't have to be one of your best players either.
The final playoff push is upon us. It's week 12 of the NFL season, and we're underway on EA Sports. And a nice return sets him up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. Leading the charge at quarterback, the former Georgia Bulldog, Matthew Stafford.
Would you say that last week's performance by him, workmanlike in terms of numbers?
1 touchdown, 1 pick, but obviously a loss.
Yeah, and that's the bottom line for him. All he cares about is how do we find a way to win the game. Maybe he leans on a few other parts of the offense and hopefully springs a receiver or 2 free.
And he's got a good gain of 7 up to the 37. Well, this defense very strong in that victory from a week ago.
It was a little bit enlightening talking with the defense coordinator about their performance last week because the feeling was that it was a good, solid performance. They did what they needed to do to get the job done and get the win, but definitely a few lapses that they're looking to correct.
And he'll be taken down, but not before he gets into enemy territory. 16 yards, a first down. Stafford. To the right side and caught by Dell. No gain, and it's 2nd down. But you look at this defense. They were very strong in that victory from a week ago. And last week in that victory, they were pretty good. Probably a pretty easy film session, I would imagine.
And after a performance like that, so many people think you just roll into film, take your popcorn, kick back, and enjoy the show because they played well. I can just tell you from experience, after a win is when coaches come down on you harder because they want to emphasize all the mistakes that happen because you won, you're in a good mood, they want to bring you back to earth. Oftentimes you walk out of there and you ask your teammate, did we win last week?
So my assumption was wrong. I learned something. He had a man open, but he missed him, and it's incomplete. To punt on 4th down, here's Rigoberto Sanchez. He punted 3 times in the loss last week as he sends this one away. That one sails out of bounds. The side judge will walk it off. And he says it went out of bounds at the 9-yard line. Nice punt. So out comes the offense now with a long field ahead of them. And at quarterback from the University of Oregon, it's Justin Herbert.
And he's had such a sensational season to this point, leading the NFL in passing yards. He's been helped out a lot by an outstanding set of receivers, and he's quick to give them credit. But I think even they would tell you that he's the guy that makes this offense go.
And a short pickup here as he'll get across the 10 to the 11-yard line. 2nd down and 8.
2 yards on the pickup. It's 2nd and 8.
Now Herbert off the bootleg. This is caught by Robinson. And he'll get this to the 22. So they began the play at the 11, and it's a gain of 11. 1st down.
That's good for A.
The tight end Henry here in motion. Here's Herbert. And that'll be knocked away. It's incomplete.
Barnett came into this game eager to see how they would hold up in man coverage. And on that play, they held up quite well.
And they'll send the tight end in motion. Here's Herbert. Short pass caught by Henry. 5 yards. Now it's 3rd and 5. That's a staple of this offense. Drag route to the tight end.
Yeah, he's unable to use his size to break off much more yardage after the catch, but still an effective gain nonetheless.
Under a heavy rush, and down he goes. Multiple players combined for their team's first sack of the game.
And this is what you've got to do against a quarterback like him. You've got to keep him in the pocket and not let him get to the perimeter, because once he gets outside, that's where he can really hurt you.
He was called on 3 times in the win last week as his first one here's away. A good kick, 49 yards, just 3 on the return. And out will come the offense as they take over. Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their second drive. The last series for him, a little disappointing, forced to punt. And now they'll try to do better here and come away with some points as they begin this drive, 1st and 10. Now it's Stafford. Looking there for Pitts, but intercepted. He may go. And they will finally bring this run back to an end, but not before he's down inside the 5-yard line at the 4. He had his eyes on the end zone. He got close. At least he set the offense up nicely, but he's probably mad he didn't take that one to pay dirt.
I agree with you, and you know he's going to get teased because he didn't get it all the way into the end zone. But if they don't score now, if they don't get a touchdown, he won't just get teased. They'll be glaring at him. How'd you not score?
The Nighthawks offense and their quarterback coming out for their second drive. And as we transition into the second half of the season, he continues to put up big numbers on a consistent basis. Currently the NFL's leader in passing as we play here in the month of November. And it's caught. Touchdown. DeMarcus Robinson. His second touchdown on the season. And the Nighthawks take the early turnover and convert it into an opening touchdown. Well, that didn't take long. The turnover instantly almost turning into points.
And when that happens, a lot of teams have the mentality of let's strike right now. You've got them off balance after the turnover or the takeaway. Let's go get it. And that's exactly what they did.
Matt Gay on for the extra point. He hasn't missed an extra point all season, and he won't miss this one either. And it's 7-0. Well, they got the ball in great field position. One play later, boom, end zone. Following the touchdown, here's Gay to kick it away. And he won't quite make it to the 25. And now this offense comes back out onto the field. And for this offense, Charles, you got to think kind of crucial here to put something together on this drive, because remember last time out they threw the interception on the very first play.
And you can't afford to let this defense keep building any more momentum. They're playing awfully well, and they're awfully confident right now. To me, it's time to attack and take some of that momentum back, but make sure you're selective in doing so. Understand where you want to throw the football and make sure it's open before the ball leaves your hands.
Back to throw, Stafford. That's complete to Dell. And he's taken down, but able to slip across the 35. Give him 14 on that one, and a first down.
And that play came together really well for them as he found open space, makes the catch, and gets down to the 1-yard line. You know he's kicking himself right now. He thought he had a chance to get a touchdown and put that in his ledger. Instead, his team gets a chance to cash in over these next few plays.
First down, here's the run with Cook. He'll take it past the 40 to the 41, second down. When you look at this defense, they're just below the cut line for top half of the league, 17th in the NFL against the run.
I always think back to what my defensive coordinator in college used to tell me. Playing against the run is 11 individual battles, man on man, and are you going to win that battle? You're going to whip the guy across from you and get to the ball carrier, wrap him up, and put him on the ground, because the one thing he absolutely detested was yards after contact. Tackle him, put him down on the spot.
Dublin with the football here to begin the second quarter, as they've got it 2nd and 7. Off a play action. Here's Stafford. A little short pass. This is Everett. A 1-yard gain there following the 3-yard pickup on first down. 3rd down and 6. Now Stafford. They'll find his rookie wideout from Ohio State here. And they'll get him down as he's inside the 40. His first catch, and it's a pretty big one. They get the conversion on 3rd down.
That's really good play design right there, and it's one that comes down to the offensive line. It's a deep in route, but it's only going to work if that line gives you time in the pocket to wait for the route to develop. Mission accomplished there as they pick up the first down.
Now a first carry for their fullback. Azeez Al-Shaair in to make the stop.
Now that's the defense that they were looking for, being able to get extra bodies to the point of attack to deal with the big guy carrying the ball. You really don't want to be in a position where it's a one-on-one tackle with him.
From the gun, here's Stafford. Looking left side, and he's got a man. That's Harrison. And he's going to get this inside the 30. This offense finding its legs now. Here's another 1st and 10. Throwing is Stafford. Over the middle, the catch made by Mitchell. So just 3 yards on the completion there. And it's 2nd down. Stafford. Throw over the middle, going to be caught here by Pitts. And down inside the 15, shy of the 10. A gain of 13, it's a 1st down. Stafford now to throw. Nowhere to go here, he lost the football. On one of the linebackers, down the numbers, there he goes. And he's going to bring the fumble back for a touchdown. And that's a linebacker showing he can move pretty good with a football in his hand.
That's not just a short shuttle now. He took it and went a pretty good distance, didn't he? Did you get the 40 time on that?
I didn't, but he got 6 points out of it. I know that in a great play for that defensive unit. Here's Gay now to add the extra point. And it's good to make it 14-0. The scoop and score, always an exciting play in football, and we witnessed it there, grabbing it off the ground and then rumbling it into the end zone for 6. So here's the kickoff now as he'll get it again following that fumble return for a score. Oh, a good-looking return set up here. And all in all, a pretty solid return. Nearly got it to the 35. They'll mark him down officially at the 34. From the 34 now, here's 1st and 10. Here's Cook as they begin on the ground. And that play going absolutely nowhere as he's belted before he could get out of the backfield. Nolan Smith showing some burst there to catch him behind the line. So now they have to contend with 2nd and 13 after the first down run goes backwards. To throw is Stafford. Oh, a wide open receiver. It's Harrison. And he'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds. Coming up at halftime, I'll go from one personality, that's you, Charles Davis, to another one in Orlando, the coach. He'll have stats and scores from around the NFL. You and Jonathan Coachman both larger than life.
No doubt about it.
But you're stuck with me in this booth,
yes,
and he's miles away and smiling.
And happy.
Now Stafford. He's got his pass-catching tight end. That's Pitts. A good chance this is 4-down territory if they're unable to convert. But right now looking at a 3rd and 3. Here's Stafford. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he's into the end zone for the receiving touchdown. Adonai Mitchell, 42 yards. And the Shamrocks have got it back to within a score. They were already down 2 scores early. They needed something to try to stem that tide, and that certainly qualifies. A big play to get them in the end zone.
It qualifies indeed because, let's face it, they don't get something done on this drive, turn it back over, this game could be 88 and out the gate early.
What? 88 and out the gate?
Yeah.
What's that?
Well, listen, I used to hear my old man talk about it. Usually meant that thing's done.
Well, now that they got the touchdown, it's not 88 and out the gate. We still got a good game going ahead of us.
Sanchez now. He'll kick it away following the touchdown. And they will wrangle it down a couple yards shy of the 30. The Nighthawks offense and receiver Jalen Waddle getting set for this next possession. And he's been as productive as anyone in the NFL in the middle part of this season. The NFL's leader in receiving yards to this point. And he doesn't appear to be slowing down anytime soon. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. Over the middle, that's caught by Mechie. And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll stop it with just over a minute to go before halftime. Out of the gun, Herbert. This one complete to Jalen Waddle. And they're well past midfield, just a yard or 2 shy of the 40. 17 yards is the pickup there for number 17.
We didn't need to ask around the league, but we got to confirm this guy's a good player. They've got to find a way to get him more involved, call a few more plays that target him.
Absolutely, because here we are toward the end of the first half, and that's the first target, not just the first catch, first target.
The quick throw knocked away. It's incomplete.
And not a common sight, at least on this drive. A momentary setback, though, for this passing game that has been moving well this series. Good thing for them, though. Still 2 more downs to connect and try and pick up another first down.
Now another timeout called for by the offense as they'll stop it with a little over 30 seconds to go in the first half of play.
And I think he just wanted to get the ball to one of his playmakers to see if they can make something happen, but he ends up throwing into a crowded area, and after the catch, he isn't able to do much with it.
Back to throw here, Herbert. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. Now the offense will burn their 3rd and final timeout as the clock will stop with 20 seconds to go in the first half. Line of scrimmage, the 31 now on 1st and 10. Again, Herbert. Escaping the pressure right.
The flag comes in. It's incomplete. And I'm not sure he was still behind the line when he let that one go. Yeah, we kind of sensed that one. He got a little too far forward before throwing, and that one will set them back.
And remember, at the NFL level, being aware of where the line of scrimmage is crucial. And here's the other part. Any part of the quarterback's body that's near that line of scrimmage, he's going to get the benefit of the doubt. So he was clearly over the line.
The throw here right sideline falls incomplete.
Well, partner, guaranteed they approach this play with the idea of making up ground to make 3rd down manageable. Unfortunately, with that incompletion, right back where they started on the last snap. Now they need a big 3rd down play in order to pick up the yardage needed.
Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw.
And that's going to be incomplete.
And based on my math, they've only converted 1 time thus far in this game, so you can see the frustration starting to come out a little bit. 3rd downs, they've been a problem for them all game. They've got to start becoming solutions.
And Gay knocks this one through, and they will move up by 10 now, 17-7. So a big play before the end of the half to get them into this spot, and they cash in with 3.
How about the 1-2 to the solar plexus on that one? The big play, the field goal, not much time left on the clock. That's the way to go into the half.
They'll take over. First down and 10 at their own 30-yard line.
The final shot before the break, Stafford. He's going to let it go deep for Mitchell. And he bats it away, and it falls down incomplete. So we reach halftime here in a 10-point game as we send you cross-country to Orlando. Jonathan Coachman is there and has our EA Sports halftime report.
Okay, Brandon, thanks very much. Welcome in, everyone, to our EA Sports halftime report. Let's get you caught up on what's going on around the NFL. From there, we're off to check out another game. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. Lastly, let's check on one final game for you. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. We're accustomed to seeing strong quarterback play. We got that in the first half from Justin Herbert. He's got a touchdown pass on the ledger as his guys were able to build a double-digit lead.
Okay, Coach, thanks as always to you and the gang in Orlando as we welcome everyone back in for quarter number 3. And able to take it past the 25 and up to the 28-yard line. The Nighthawks offense and running back Bijan Robinson set to take over once more. And as we check out the NFL leaders in rushing touchdowns coming into the weekend, see a familiar name there near the top of the leaderboard, currently second in that category. A shotgun snap for Herbert. That's caught. Waddle on the left side. And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. Just his second catch of the game so far. This one moves the chains.
And now we get into the psychology of the whole thing, because a lot of teams with a 2-score lead in the third quarter, they almost become defensive with their offense, just playing not to lose. I think with this team, you got to figure at this point, this is a great spot for them to go into attack mode, really try and put the hammer down and finish this one off.
This will be caught. It's Waddle. And they'll get this well past midfield before being stopped just before the 35. Back-to-back receptions for him, and it's another first down.
First and 10 at the 37-yard line.
Now Herbert with it, looking to pass. Short pass caught by Henry. And this will go as a gain of 7 as he gets it to the 30-yard line. Here's 2nd and 3. Out of the gun, they give to Robinson. Escapes the defender. And inside the 20 before he's brought down. 11 yards there, first down.
We don't talk about it very often, but sometimes there's a dip in intensity when you start the second half, which can manifest itself in some sloppy tackling. And how about right there? He ran right through that weak tackle attempt.
Herbert. Over the middle, complete. It's Robinson. And he gets it inside the 10 to the 9. 2 catches in the first half. Now he's got a third here, and it's good for a first. Herbert now. Got his tight end. That's complete. It's Henry. He'll get only 2 there, and it's 2nd and goal. Back to the ground with Robinson. And he's going to bull his way down to about the 1-yard line. Now, during that run, an injury here. We got one of those big blockers in some discomfort. Well, now they're going to come out and take a look at this injury, and we'll be back in a moment. Now Herbert, 3rd and goal. And it's caught. Touchdown. John Mechie, his first touchdown on the year. And the Nighthawks take the opening kickoff of the third quarter and drive right down the field to extend their lead.
That drive that really increased their cushion felt very military to me. Very precise, methodical. That's one of the words you've taught me. and they just got it done.
And slowly but surely now starting to pull away a little bit. Things looking good for them here in the third quarter.
Not only pulling away, but you mentioned that slowly but surely. You also drain clock, too, with a drive like that. So you really give yourself an advantage.
Extra point by Gay is up and good. And that'll make this a 3-score game now. The lead moves to 17. After the touchdown, it's Gay to kick this one away. And it's a pretty good return here as he'll get this up to the 29. Now we take a glance at the offense as they work their way back out for their first possession of the second half. And their halftime hole now even deeper, and they need a big drive here just to answer the first touchdown of the second half scored against them.
They were down at the half. Now, as you mentioned, they're down a little bit bigger, but no time for discouragement. Just got to get back to it, right? Put your shoulder against the boulder and start pushing and try and get back to where you were to start the half.
That to the sideline and incomplete. Boy, they're going to say there's a receiver in the area. That was close to grounding, but it's second down. Stafford. Targeting Pitts on the out route, and he's got it complete. 9 yards, and that leaves him just short, so it'll be third and less than a yard. Here's Stafford. Pass taken in by his big tight end. And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage.
A gain of 7, and the Dublin first down.
Up the middle, it's Cook. Cameron Curl up to make the tackle. Another modest gain there on that one, and I think, Charles, you can probably pin part of the deficit on a failure on their part to really get this ground game established.
Yeah, and they've really struggled to be multidimensional in this one, haven't they, partner? Because they have to be extremely one-dimensional now if they hope to get back into this game. They'll have to do it by throwing the football and hope to have success through the air.
This offense in desperate need of a conversion as they come up on third down. How about this? They'll try the option, left side. And he's going to have a first down as he's brought down at the 44-yard line. And hold on here, because on that last run, it looks like we have a player who was shaken up. Well, hopefully, obviously, nothing serious here. Medical staff, though, going to take a peek, and we'll take a break. They'll try the air now with Stafford. A quick throw there is incomplete.
At this point in the game and the situation they're in, partner, these incompletions that we're seeing, they need to turn into positive snaps, and soon.
Back to throw, Stafford. Short throw caught by Pitts. They get 6. That'll leave them with 3rd and 4. 1 quarter remains here on a Sunday night. This is the National Football League on EA Sports. We are back now in Sacramento as we're about ready to rock and roll for the 4th and final quarter. They'll send Mitchell in motion right. From the gun on third down, Stafford. Oh, he rifles one, and that's going to be intercepted. Picked off by Quandre Diggs. And he will take this one home. It's a touchdown. So this defense doubling its pleasure there. Remember, they had the fumble return for a score earlier in the game, and now this time an interception return for another score. Gay is on for the point after. And the lead is now 24. A heck of a play there defensively, getting the interception, navigating his way into the end zone for the touchdown. So they throw the pick six. They'll get another shot at it now as this one's in the air. And he'll take it up past the 25 to the 26-yard line. The Shamrocks offense and Matthew Stafford set to take over once again. And it's been a rough night at the office for him. He's been more of a liability than an asset throughout the contest. And this offense is having a hard time overcoming his struggles to this point. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. It's now appearing that this losing streak is going to continue. You know, the coaching staff was confident that this was going to be the game to stem the tide, but that just has not been the case. Nolan Smith brings him down on the pass rush.
But one thing I do know, these guys on defense, they don't want this game to end. They're winning by multiple touchdowns. They've shut down the opposing quarterback in a big way, and they're still picking up sacks as we approach the end of this one.
And he's going to lose yardage here. Back to his own 18. Just a 1-yard loss that time, but that's not what they needed. Now they're dealing with a 3rd and long. Stafford. And that is incomplete. And Roger McCreary, the man in the right spot to knock that away.
As a defensive back, you have some weapons at your disposal that we don't often talk about. And you can read the receiver's eyes, you can read his hands, and you know that the arrival of the ball is imminent, and that allows you to make a play on it and oftentimes knock it away.
This will be a 41-yard punt, 3 on the return. And they will take over 1st and 10. Here's Sacramento's offense once more. Well, the win for them at this point seems pretty assured. I mean, still a decent amount of time left here in the 4th quarter, Charles, but you got the football, you're up 3 scores. They have to be feeling really good about where they're at.
I love your observation skills, partner, because I think you saw them charge onto the field fired up about another chance to get into the end zone. Looks to me like this group is ready to crush any hope left on the opposing sideline, and they want to do it with some gusto, too.
On 2nd down, another shot for Robinson. And only a couple there as he'll take this up to the 47.
That's it. That's what you want. Straight ahead positive gain. Just keep that clock ticking.
The tight end Henry here in motion. From the shotgun, here's Herbert. That is caught. And he'll be taken down, but he does have 1st down yardage. That gain of 9 buys them a new set of downs. And looking to put this game on ice in the 4th quarter, but still not afraid to throw it as they show there.
You want to play the game with confidence, and they have a guy who's in control right now. Their trigger guy, throwing it, they feel just as confident with him doing that as they would if they tried to run the ball and run the clock out.
They'll bring a receiver in motion right. Oh, here's a fake on the jet sweep and a give to Robinson. 5 yards is the tally on 1st down. That brings up 2nd and 5. Good gain there on 1st down and keeps them in a running situation probably.
They did everything right on that play, didn't they? They got the leverage up front, good blocking, nice hole for him. He ends up picking up nice yardage, stays in bounds to keep the clock rolling. They are in charge of this scenario right now. They want to stay that way.
And not in any rush offensively. And he is met at the line of scrimmage, and he goes down right there. 3rd and 5. Now it's Herbert. He gets this one to Mechie. And he'll be taken down, but he does have 1st down yardage. Able to get what they need to keep the drive going with a 6-yard pickup on 3rd down. So they'll come up 1st and 10 now from the 33. Hand off to Robinson out of the shotgun. He'll get a nice chunk there on the first down run, and it's 2nd and 4.
They're in a pretty good spot right now with a convincing lead. I think this is where they put on the boxing gloves, start to try and pound them into submission.
And the offensive line, they've controlled this game. I don't see why that trend would change now. So plenty of smiles for the folks here as they head for the exits. It's a victory for their hometown guys. And it was their defense that really made the statement after the break. They pitched the second half shutout.
Yeah, think about the team that just got vanquished. They did score in the second quarter. Do you think they thought at all that that would be their last points of the game?
No, but what a second half. The adjustment, whatever they did in the locker room, it certainly worked.
It certainly did, and you're exactly right. Whether it was an adjustment, whether it was just more focus on what they planned to do going in, whether they just played better, whatever it was, it all came together in the second half, and no points were allowed. That's a great way to close them out.
So for Sacramento, they keep pace in the playoff race as they move to 8-3 on the year. And they will hit the road next week. Meanwhile, for the Dubliners, the problems just get worse and worse as they fall to 2-9 now on the year. And they will try to get back in the swing of things next week on the road. So for our entire crew, alongside Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time.